Good morning. Good morning, delegates. May I request that we welcome the Minister and the dignitaries as they walk in, and we will be starting the program shortly. No, I need a copy. Thank you very much. We may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please ask that we take our seats? No problem at all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please ask that we take our seats as quickly as possible? or move towards your seats. We will start our program with the South African National Anthem. Okay. May we please all stand for the National Anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ministers in attendance, premiers of provinces, MECs, mayors, and all other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Local Government Summit that is titled the District Development Model in Action Towards an Ideal Municipality. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all here today for what I trust is going to be a very enriching, busy, and also really productive two-day program, today and tomorrow. We are going to start now with our first panel. May I please ask anyone who hasn't taken a seat to come in and to take a seat so that we can get started. We're here today at this local government summit to really think about how to recalibrate cooperative governance towards building the ideal municipalities that are required to improve the well-being and the livelihoods of all South Africans. During the local government election last year, I heard a member of one of the local councils here in Gauteng province speak, and she said, you know, we may spend our days thinking nationally or even internationally, but we go to sleep locally. Our beds are in municipalities. And I think that really just strikes how important local government is as a sphere of government that is directly impactful on the well-being of ordinary citizens and ordinary South Africans. So the discussions that are going to take place in this forum over the next 2 days are really going to be important at helping us firstly identify what the challenges are at the local government sphere, but also the innovations and opportunities that arise for us to really create local governments that work optimally and functionally for the well-being of all South Africans. To tell us more and to welcome us to this forum, I would like to call upon the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Gauteng Province, Mr. Lebogang Magile.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Minister, who's also the host of this important summit, Minister responsible for COCTA in our country, Umama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Acknowledge the Honorable Premier of our province, Honorable Makura, ministers and deputy ministers who are here today, the National Chair of the Council of Provinces and the Deputy Chair, the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, the President of SALGA, all MECs who are here, distinguished guests, members of the media, councillors, all government senior managers at different levels. We want to start by making an assertion that local economic development to empower communities, improved service delivery at municipal level, and institutional stability at the local government sphere are critical factors if we are ever going to win the battle against high unemployment, make a significant dent in reducing poverty levels in society, and broaden economic participation through an engaged citizenry. We will not just be reduced to being passive recipients within the service delivery value chain, but will also be proactive partners and active participants and empowerment beneficiaries within the service delivery value chain. As we gather together to deliberate on how best we can implement the district development model in order to ensure optimal developmental outcomes for communities and society at large, and improve the performance of our municipalities with the aim of contributing positively and meaningfully to our human development index as a country. We must challenge ourselves to think outside the box along the lines of the famous words uttered by George Bernard Shaw in his play Man and Superman. And I open quote, "The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man." Close quote. To fix the problems of local government in this country, we need to become unreasonable people as local government practitioners and stakeholders. It cannot continue to be more of the same business as usual. We must adopt this attitude that is lauded by George Bernard Shaw in the quote just referenced. We have to be unreasonable people who seek to bend the world to their will, who seek to transform organizations and institutions so that these institutions and organizations become servants, enablers, promoters of our common objectives of a better life for all. As a government of revolutionary democrats who have a vested interest in changing the status quo and in bringing about a new dispensation within South African society that will create a better life and prospects for all South Africans and not just an elite minority. We have to become unreasonable people who stubbornly seek to adapt the world to our agenda and progressive ideals, and the place where this is best achieved is at local government. Our obsession is not with having more talk shops and endless discussions, but rather we want to qualitatively transform the lives of communities. So as we deliberate about various issues that are impacting on our performance at local government level, how do we strengthen municipal finances and increase investment at municipal level, climate change and sustainable development, spatial transformation, urbanization and its effect, capital expenditure, maintenance and municipal infrastructure, coalition arrangements and municipal governance, as well as stability, service delivery and quality of life, the district development model and local economic development, building disaster resilient communities and cities within a 21st century framework. I hope we prove to be the kind of unreasonable people that George Bernard Shaw talks about, because it is only such people who can bring about progress in society and the world. We want to wish you well and fruitful, lively, and ultimately impactful and transformative engagements at this local government summit, because the progress of our communities, of South African society at large, and our future prospects as a country will depend on whether we can get local government right or not. We must fix governance and service delivery within the local government sphere. But ultimately, when all of that is functioning as it should, we must look at developmental indices for local government that are in line with our revolutionary socio-economic transformation agenda. May you be unreasonable over the next 2 days. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC, for that call to all of us to be unreasonable people in our approach to our discussions, and as we work towards developing a plan of action to really implement the district development model and to work towards improving the well-being and the livelihood of all South Africans. Without further ado, I would like to call on the President for a message from the South African Local Government Association, SALGA. I'd like to call on the President of SALGA, Councillor Beke Stofile.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, the Premier of Gauteng, Ndate Makura, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and MEC for local government present here today, National Chairpersons and Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the Chair and Chair of the Select Committee and Portfolio Committee, Executive Mayors, Speakers, and Chief Whip, fellow councillors, friends and esteemed guests, colleagues, comrades, distinguished guests, and members of the media. On behalf of the leadership collective of the South African Local Government Association, it is indeed my greatest pleasure to make these remarks and express our sincere gratitude to the COGTA Ministry for making this event a reality. Over the past few months, as SALGA, we convened speakers, mayors, and executive mayors, respectively, under the banner of the SALGA Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors. We also have engaged quite substantively in the recent conference convened by the Human Rights Commission, most recently as joint pioneers together with the National Council of Provinces, NCOP, Local Government Week, was convened to reflect on local government. In all these gatherings, as we recognize that local government is everyone's business, and with the elections held 10 months ago, now is an opportune time to lay a strong foundation for this new term of office. If anything, this summit must present us with, it is an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the spirit and vision of the 1998 White Paper on developmental local government commitment to work with citizens and groups within the communities to find sustainable ways to meet their social, economic, and material needs and improve the quality of their lives. Centrally, in driving the spirit of the vision of the White Paper of 1998 on local government is ensuring that we build the capacity of municipality to address the considerable challenges they face. As a leader of organized local government, we welcome this local government summit, and we are hopeful that it will serve as a platform to frank and objectively reflection on how far has the country gone. We have progressed towards achieving what was envisaged for this sphere of government. That we will deeply reflect on what is emerging and how do we bring about definitive change across our municipalities. A call to double efforts to ensure professionalism, capacity building, and leadership development. Indeed, we do have a responsibility, among others, to ensure a sense of urgency in building the capacity of our municipalities within the context of the district development model. That the summit will provide the necessary impetus for local government to be better placed to find sustainable ways to meet the needs of our communities and improve the quality of their lives. As we debate today or analyze and engage over the next 2 days, as we attempt to answer many questions, provide clarities, and make valuable contribution, on behalf of the leadership collective of SALGA, I also stand to make a call to the newly elected leaders from local government, from our respective municipalities, to rise to the challenge of changing the narrative on the image and reputation of local government. A game changer in this term of office should be insistent and decisive consequences and accountability management as the hallmark of restoring the credibility of local government leadership. In the same token, we could like to take this opportunity to make a clarion call on all especially leaders from other spheres of government to resist the temptation to play a contributory role in deepening local government pessimism. This must be understood within our instances that local government is everybody's business. We would like to make a special call to organized labor to continue to exercise their right to protest, but in doing so, due consideration should be given to constitutionally guaranteed rights for our people to receive services. That each union should ensure that its members will not destroy infrastructure as a result of which progress towards true freedom is reviewed. To the extent possible and within applicable provisions of the Labour Relations Act, the leadership and management of our municipalities must ensure that local labour forums are effectively utilized and all revenue amicable solutions of labour disputes are exhausted. As SALGA, we have intensified our support to the sector to ensure that professionalization of local government becomes reality. We call on all in this summit, in also local government and other spheres of government, to resist the temptation to usurp local government powers and functions, but to avail their services to provide intensified multidisciplinary agency support to municipalities, especially in areas of project packaging, procurement, planning, expenditure management, and quality assurance. We would like to call upon the private sector to work with us to revive its active involvement in local government. We make a similar call to our members to put in place credible mechanism to ensure administrative efficiency and watertight internal controls, including a leadership-led process to inspire hope amongst our people, to actively encourage effective citizenry in municipal governance. More than ever before, we need capable, functional and viable municipalities that are able to deliver on both the objective and subjective expectation of the constituencies we serve. This will happen when the municipalities are better organized, better capacitated and better resourced. We have raised on a number of occasions these matters. I think, Chair, as we move towards our final view on this, on the matters pertaining to electricity and water and challenges that are faced by municipalities across the country, it requires us to collaborate and work together so as we create a credible government and also participate in making sure that councillors and municipal officials are not killed in the manner in which they are killed today in South Africa. Lessons we have learned in the area like KZN, Eastern Cape and other areas where councillors are shot. As I conclude, many in this room may have heard me making reference to this before, and allow me to repeat it again and leave you with these words from Thomas Sankara. You cannot carry out fundamental change without certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from non-conformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. Besides, it took the madman of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be amongst those madmen. Let us stand here together and say we drive a different narrative about local government in changing the conditions and turning our backs on all formulas and implement the right things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stofile, for reminding us that local government is everyone's business, and for also your message to the newly elected leadership from last year to remember the principles that should guide their work and reminding them of the importance of consequence management, and also laying the caution around how dangerous the work of local councillors has really become. And I think it's quite telling about the way in which our society is developed and our priorities. And also your words around the relationship between the different spheres of government. Chapter 3 of the Constitution deals specifically with cooperative governance, and in section 41 lists the principles that should define cooperative governance, and first among them is fostering friendly relations. And I think sometimes that gets forgotten in the power plays between the different spheres of government. Before I continue with the program, I have been reminded that I have not introduced myself. My name is Dr. Stembi Lembete. I will be directing the program this morning and guiding us through the introduction of the summit this morning. I am a senior lecturer in political science at the University of Pretoria. I also would like to challenge everyone who tweets. I know these days everybody is on some kind of social media. The hashtag for this summit for all social media is LG Summit 22, all one word, hashtag LG Summit 22. So if you would like to post on social media, please use that hashtag over the course of the next 2 days. I now, without further ado, would like to call upon the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Inkosikazi Nosandi Mhlauli, who's going to be speaking on behalf of the Traditional House of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Manbulise Nikale Umphathiswa wethu welisebe. Abaphathiswa abakhoyo ndimbonile umphathiswa from the presidency engena. Bonke abaphathiswa abakhoyo amasekela upresident we SALGA ne team yakho yonke amakhosi are here. The chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Question Leaders, Jose Siatlulo, and the members of the National House, the executives of provincial houses, and everybody who is here, Molweni. Yanaziga anivumi kakhulu xa nibuliswa ngesintu. Anivumi kakhulu xa nibuliswa ngesintu. Molweni. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director. Local government is recognized and allocated functions and responsibility by Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and other related pieces of legislation. Local government is a critical sphere of government that is at the local sphere of service and also service delivery of community development. The effectiveness of local government is in the execution of their core function, which ensure that government meets its objectives and commitments in terms of promises made to the public during elections. The importance of this local government summit cannot be overemphasized, as it is one of the critical mechanisms that government is using to reflect on service delivery. It is in this spirit that the House of Traditional and Question Leaders are taking part in this summit to raise issues that will assist in the improvement of governance, service delivery, anti-corruption, financial management, and social cohesion. An improved local government cannot happen in a vacuum without learning from other countries. Therefore, it is important to learn and listen to the best practices by other countries who have been in the governance of local government for more than decades than South Africa. In this regard, the summit will receive inputs from countries that is really appreciated, countries like Vietnam, people from the Republic of China, and NEPAD agency. In this spirit of good governance and ensuring that local government summit realizes its mandate, the summit will focus on the following key topics, that is local government, service delivery, and government and administration. The National House of Traditional and Question Leaders have allocated some of the members who are going to be participating in this discussion. That is also on Commission on Administration and Financial Management is going to be our Deputy Chairperson, Jose Siatlulo. On the local government department, local economic development is going to be Jose Khabulelwe Moroka, and also Jose P.T. Zulu on service delivery. Mine is just to indicate that this summit must just also focus on the following: the resuscitation of our MOU between SALGA, as we had an MOU with you. The capacity building of municipal councillors should always include traditional leaders within the jurisdiction of that municipality. The municipal councillors should always be available to engage traditional leaders on various aspects of development and challenges within their wards. Traditional leaders will include ward councillors and as ex-official members in their traditional council, so that they can be able to understand the matters in traditional leadership. The development of community depends on the sound governance by municipalities, which governance changes the narratives on rural invisible in their areas. It should be municipalities understand their roles and how to execute the said role. Amakosi have proven their work during COVID-19. We have been working with some of the municipalities, also with issues, challenges related to floods in Eastern Cape and KZN. Partnership of Amakosi with Solidarity Fund is helping Eastern Cape and also the KZN. Traditional leaders are always ready to work with municipalities, especially on the district development model, Minister. It is only through sound implementation of DDM that a district can develop effectively without having two economies in one district. The role of municipalities in fighting gender-based violence is very key. And also as we are also dealing with the issues of killings in our areas. We need leaders here to deal with these issues. Also, it is happening also in Amakosi. Also the issue of claims and disputes amongst Amakosi is also, we are trying to resolve them because it is also impacting on the service delivery. We know that when we are talking about the service delivery, there are 4 components of service delivery. That is service culture, employee involvement, service quality, and also the customer, involvement of the customer. Going forward today, we are just looking forward that let's make sure that let's make this South Africa the home of peace, the home of economic development. Working together will do more. But if we're just competing, not complementing one another, we are going to have challenges. Let's work together. We know that the world councillors are coming from our area. There's no need for competition. Let's complement one another, and respect is very key. Also, the values of Ubuntu will assist us in the consideration of the issues of corruption and other behaviors or other social issues we are faced with. Thank you, Program Director. Wishing you all the best on the discussions. Don't forget that you are representing communities. You are not representing yourselves. The communities, they don't even understand why do we fight. We need to talk and come to agreements without fighting. No more pointing of fingers as leaders, because the communities are watching us. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Enkos Maman, thank you for reminding everyone that we are representing communities. You're not here representing yourself. And the infighting is something that communities don't understand. All they want to know is that services are going to be delivered. So thank you for that reminder, and also for reminding us of the importance of traditional leaders in communities and in the functioning and operation of government. You highlighted very correctly the role of Amakosi in the COVID-19 pandemic and in helping with mitigation efforts, but also in the various natural disasters that we've had over the past 2 years. I think a really critical point that I hope will be picked up in one of the panels is that when we talk of doing capacity building at local government level, that it should include traditional leaders, because they're also governing. They're not just, decorating the communities where they are. They serve, they are governing, and they serve a governance role, and so they should be included as well. So Enkos kakhulu mama, thank you. I would now like to invite the Honourable Premier of Gauteng Province, which is the province that is hosting us today, Honourable David Makhura, to officially open the summit. Enkos.
Thank you very much to our Program Director, Dr. Stembele Mbete. I would like to first greet all of you, start by saying Sanbonani. molweni, abusheni, ndimacheroni, lochani, thobela, goeiemorgen, good morning. You are in Gauteng. Yeah, we speak all the languages. The Minister of COGTA, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who is our host today. The ministers, Minister Gungubele and Minister Godongwana. The Deputy Ministers, Nkadimeng and Bapela. The Chairperson of the NCOP, Babu Masondo, and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. The NCOP is here in full force. We acknowledge the NCOP as full presence here. I also want to acknowledge SALGA. The leadership of SALGA is also here in full force, led by the madman. The SALGA President Stofile. I also want to acknowledge all the MECs who are here, including the unreasonable MEC, Maile. I am aware that there are several MECs of COGTA who are here, so we've got the unreasonable and then the mad in our midst. I want to acknowledge the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Umama, Nkosikazi Nosandi Mhlawuli, Nosandi. I also want to acknowledge all the executive mayors from the different parts of our country, from the different towns and cities and villages of our country. I want to acknowledge the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the COGTA Portfolio Committee, Honorable Kasa. I saw him here from the and members of the National Assembly who are here. I also want to acknowledge the Auditor General of South Africa, Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke. The AG is also here. Minister, I was told that the Statistician General will also join us, Risenga Maluleke. And the Commission, the South African Human Rights Commission is also here, represented by Commissioner Benz Banyoni. And then there are several councillors here, MMCs. There are also different representatives of government. It is a great honor and privilege for me, on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government, to have been invited here to share some experiences with you about the district development model. MEC Maile is already a full member of this local government summit, and he will bring back a detailed report of what the outcome of this summit is. Already the theme of the summit is clear, that the district development model is the focus of this summit. Minister, it is on the district development model that I want to share some experiences of our province, the ups and downs of working together, particularly between the provincial government and coalition governments in municipalities. It is important to start by saying that local government is an integral part and full part of our democratic system of government in the Republic of South Africa in this post-apartheid era. It has original powers from the Constitution of our Republic. In other dispensations, they say municipalities are either the creatures of the statutes, not the Constitution, or the creatures of national or provincial government. But in our Constitution, municipalities are the creatures of the Constitution. What it basically means is that there's no provincial government or national government that can wake up one morning and take away the powers of local government. It is not possible in South Africa. The Constitution of our Republic spells out clearly the conditions under which national government and provincial government can intervene, the president of SALGA. So it is not possible in our country. So municipalities are not created by some legislation that you can just withdraw or go to parliament and change. They are created by the Constitution. That's why they are not the creatures of other spheres of government or just legislation. They are the creatures of the Constitution. Having said that, South Africa is characterized by the dominant and dangerous reality of a yawning gap between the democratic aspirations of millions of our people and the profoundly transformative vision espoused in our 1996 Constitution. Quite clearly, that gap is much wider. The aspirations of the people and what the Constitution guarantees as the rights of our citizens and the actual lived daily reality of communities is a big gap. And that gap arises partly from the problems, institutional problems, capacity failures of our institutions of government, and we must always emphasize not just local government. We must say our system of government. The failures, the institutional weaknesses of our system of government denies people the actual lived experience of what the Constitution espouses as the rights, particularly the developmental rights of people across the country. In that regard, we have a persistent economic geography and spatial economy that reflects our past. But there's also aspects of the institutional landscape that remains very dominant, that is the opposite of what our Constitution says should be. So in that regard, therefore, when we make an assessment or we review the state and performance of local government in South Africa, it is correct that we must always start with the question of the performance of local government on basic services. Because the core mandate of local government is indeed basic services. Linked to that is the participation and involvement of communities. The extent to which a particular municipality is able to mobilize the energies of communities, mobilize the various sectors in that geography to achieve the ambition espoused or the responsibilities outlined in our Constitution, but also how municipalities manage their own resources. So that's something that the Auditor General speaks about quite a lot, and the Minister of Finance. So basic services, critical, popular participation and popular mobilization, critical. And that basic services include the maintenance of infrastructure, the provision of infrastructure and maintenance of services linked to that, and finances, the management of finances. It is important to say that there is a criticism, Dr. Mbete, amongst the scholars of local government and the practitioners can bear this out, that sometimes we are too preoccupied with the structures in local government. So institutions, some institutionalism, the structure. So we want to change the structures. These structures don't work. We want to change them and put in new ones. The preoccupation of a developmental state and transformative state that is too preoccupied with the structures is very dangerous. You will keep changing. So every time we want to change these structures and put new ones. Structures are important and institutions are important, but they are not the be-all and all. And I started by saying that the question of the spatial economy of our country and the economic geography, if you want to look at all localities, all cities and towns across the country, the nature of their economies is still as was designed by the architects of apartheid. The location of various sectors, we know where mining activity is. You can trace every sector of the economy as per the design. So that's what we call the spatial economy. And therefore that also leads to where migration must happen, the migration of people, where development must happen. But it doesn't necessarily mean if we sort out the structures, we will solve the question of the economic geography and the spatial economy and I think if there's something that the DDM model really promises to address, it's not so much the issue of changing the structures and putting in new ones, but it's where is the economy of South Africa? Which sectors of the economy are located where? Where is the old economy and where is the new economy located? There is no doubt that South Africa's economic geography is problematic, that there are certain areas where there's very limited economic activity, and therefore that puts great deal of pressure on cities and the urban ecosystem. A province like ours, which receives migrants every 5 years, over 1 million migrants come into Gauteng province. Every 5 years we have 1 million people who move into Gauteng every 5 years. Okay, I think okay, this is not working. I'll try. It's rebooting. Okay, ESCOM was just checking if we are awake. No, we are awake, ESCOM. So this fundamental question that we've got to pay attention to the institutions and the structures, but the fundamental core is whether the localities where our people are living, where we are raising children, are sustainable economically, and whether these municipalities are viable financially. So it is extremely important. And again, I want to caution that sometimes we can, in our province, so whenever there's a problem, sometimes the tendency may be there, even elsewhere, to think you will solve that problem, firstly by changing the people, and then secondly by reorganizing the municipality. But if there's no viable economic activity, and if there's no sustainable financial base or tax base, if you are not addressing that, you are yet to do something about local government. So the first point I really want to make is that we've got a duty, national ministers, national government, provincial government, we've got a duty, a huge duty to work with our municipalities nationwide to create viable economic centers and sustainable tax bases in this area. So of course, municipalities have to do certain things. Why should we do that? Because in the global economy in which we live today, cities are increasingly playing a central role in influencing where investment happens and where innovation happens and where entrepreneurship happens all over the world. Even in our own country, if you want to really see the full picture of South Africa, you'll see that the South African economy is not only highly concentrated in terms of the sectors of the economy and who participates in them, but it is also concentrated in geographic terms. The major sectors of the economy in South Africa are located in few places in the Republic. So geographic concentration, demographic concentration of our economy, and concentration, industrial concentration is a problem. So we need to pay attention to this question of the decentralization of the economy of South Africa. How do we do that? So municipalities must occupy a center stage in the transformation and growth of our economy. Municipalities are economic entities. So it's absolutely important that we pay attention to this question of innovation in our municipalities, of investment, of infrastructure and entrepreneurship. You can't do that if you can't address the basic services. If you can't do the basic things, you will not be able to deal with those big issues. But it is important to say that municipalities are major economic drivers in their own right. The second point I would like to raise is that it's in that point, actually, if we think the strongest value proposition of the district development model, I would like to argue, is placing economic development. I know social development, but placing economic development and the development trajectory of our municipalities, our localities, our towns, our villages, our cities at the center of a national agenda. So in other words, locking into a system, locking provincial and national government into a system where all of us will define one plan, one district, one vision for every district or metro in South Africa, and also mobilize all the resources, direct all the energies around that vision. So let me unpack one dimension. So it's very important not to, the DDM is not just essentially about another structure, but this one plan for each district is fundamentally what the preoccupation of all of us must be. I want to venture also to say this plan is not a party, it's not a plan for one party, because the temptation is there. One of the areas where the DDM in our experience gets undermined, people think that is the plan of a particular party. That one plan and one district, one plan, it must be a plan for the long term. It must be a plan that will supersede the current government, future governments, including it must be a plan that will go beyond the current generation. And I think that's extremely important for us. This plan that includes the various spheres of government, that includes the traditional leaders, that includes civil society, that includes business people, that includes communities in all their various. In our province, in the province of Gauteng, we started the development of that plan and said that we are the Gauteng city region. We developed a theme, a set of programs around the notion that Gauteng is a city region. Many of you have heard about this, and rallied all different municipalities about what it means to be a city region. How should we organize government? But most importantly, beyond the structures, Minister, to say in each district in Gauteng, what type of economy do you want to have in Tshwane? So through that plan, the Gauteng city region idea, we developed a vision and a plan for every area. And then we said in Tshwane we want to build the principle, in addition to the fact that it is our seat of government, is the capital city, but there are certain sectors, innovation and the automotive industry must be where we take. Everyone who comes to Gauteng, you want to invest in certain sectors, all of us drive you to a certain area. We did the same about Ekurhuleni, which is our industrial hub, our retropolis, where manufacturing, large-scale manufacturing happens, from the trains to capital equipment. And again, when we are going out to look for investors, everybody understands where do you direct which kind of investors to Ekurhuleni. It's not a function, it's not dependent on those who is in government today. There is a function of what the whole province is driving. We do the same in the Vaal. Our Vaal, which is the Sidibeng district, which has had major difficulties. The collapse of the steel industry has changed the the industrial base there. Again, we do the same there to develop a new vision for that district, to say what new sectors of the economy do we want to locate in the Vaal, what sectors do we want to attract, in type of investment do we want to attract there, including the notion of special economic zones in the north based on the automotive industry, in the south in Sidibeng based on certain new sectors of our economy. We do the same in the West Rand, developing this over time in Johannesburg. So the district development model in Gauteng, even if we are challenged by coalition governments, but we have one sense of one vision, and often the plan may not be so one, because every time there's a change of government, but that plan gets adopted. But we all agree, Minister. I think the most important thing I'm saying to this conference is that if you come to Gauteng, it doesn't matter who leads Gauteng. We know where we want to do in the 5 districts. We know what we want to do there. What sectors of the economy, where do we want to stimulate innovation, where do we want to stimulate agro-processing, agriculture, and that's the strength of the district development model. Where is the problem? The problem often is when there are changes in government, like you have a new coalition government, we've had elections, we always have to start afresh. And it needs a bit of patience. I want to counsel my colleagues in the provinces, it needs a lot of patience. Every time you have a new government, you must have the time to take them through to say, no, in Tshwane, this is what we have agreed we want to do. In Johannesburg, this is our vision of what economy we want to build there. Social development, human settlements, this is where we want to do developments. It needs a lot of patience because coalition governments can be very frustrating, but they are part of our own, the evolution of our own democracy. So I want to therefore conclude by saying that we have launched the district development model in Gauteng in the Vaal, but our entire one district, one metro, one plan system has evolved over time. And our provincial plan, Growing Gauteng Together, is something also that is shared across the board. We hope we will reach a point in the development of our province where it will be about who is going to best implement the one plan, one vision for this district. Who can best, and including which party if it's coalitions. But the solid view of what do you want to do in each area is something that we want to forge. And it is my view, therefore, that, Minister, if we can get to a point where every district in our country has got this solid plan and solid vision that's not dependent on who is elected the mayor there tomorrow, that doesn't change because there's been changes there in government. That plan is based on the comparative strength and natural endowments of that district. If we reach that point, and when we reach that point, we will say South Africa will be able to develop in a sustainable way. Otherwise, politics at the moment are disrupting development. Sitting from where I sit, coalition politics, it doesn't matter whether it's a coalition from my party, but coalition politics are disrupting development. But they are also disrupting service delivery. Every time you have a change, people start afresh. We never say, this is where we were. Every time people change. And of course, democracy is a disruptive process. There's madness in democracy. There's unreasonableness in a democracy. But development is important. If we anchor everything about the long-term vision, the long-term plan, and defend the right of our communities to take one more step. We can't always, when we have a new government, we start afresh. Then it means we will really never develop. I would like our country to be in a situation where even change of government does not disrupt our development. The path we have set for you know, in Italy, you have change of government there almost every year. There's change of government. Almost every year on average in Italy, there's change of government. But interestingly, it doesn't much affect the functioning of that system. However mad, however unreasonable that system is strong institutions, but it is also strong, a sound vision and sound mobilization. Thank you very much. That is our experience about the DDM model. The day the DDM model delivers on this, I would say it will take us far, because these disruptive coalition governments are very frustrating, not only for citizens, but also for me as the Premier. You can't keep meeting with new people all the time. MEC Maile, you must meet with new people and they start as if you were not there. They always want to start as if you were not there. It's also frustrating for citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makura, and for highlighting the role of municipalities, the economic role of municipalities, and also the challenges so vociferously at the end, the challenges of coalition government. I do think that we are, and perhaps some of the discussions that will take place today should really consider what it's going to take to make coalition government work for governance. Our constitution stipulates that any electoral system must result in proportionality, and proportional representation systems generally lead to coalitions, as we see in Italy and Germany and in other countries that use them. And so what are the mechanisms that need to be in place to make coalition governments as non-disruptive as possible? I would now like to call upon our host today, Honourable Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, whose department has put us all together here to really set the scene for us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Now that we have been welcomed, we've been told we must be mad, we've been told we must be unreasonable, we have been told that we must make sure that traditional leadership is part of everything. I can safely say, Kumnandi Bala. It's nice to be here. Thank you. Let me greet the Premier, who's our host in Gauteng, and the MEC, who's our host in local government. Let me greet the ministers who are here and deputy ministers. And let me greet the chair of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders and all the traditional leaders who are here. We heard that the NCOP is here in full force. I would like to greet the leadership of the NCOP, the chair and the deputy chair, and also the portfolio committees and the select committees, their chairs, and I also saw the members of the select and portfolio committees of COGTA. I also want to greet all the mayors, executive mayors, chief whips, chairs of MPECs, and all the councillors who are here. Let me greet the AG, Malulega, and the SG, Statistician General Malulega, and Directors General and all heads of departments, and municipal managers, chief financial officers, and all the other officials from municipalities, the panelists who are going to be speaking to us later, all delegates, and everyone who's here. Let me also join in extending a warm welcome to everyone who's here, joining us either physically, all of you are here, but also those who are joining us virtually. It's been some time since the last gathering of this nature. I think the last summit of local government was in September 2014. But of course, we had hoped to have this summit earlier in our tenure, were it not for COVID. But we're happy that we are here today. Of course, we've had lots of setbacks, COVID, droughts, floods, and of course the global politics also. But we have to soldier on. We intend to use the next 2 days to take stock and score of progress made, but more importantly, to look at how we're going to deal with the challenges that face us. And therefore, take this opportunity to reimagine our future. I think the Premier and the other colleagues have started looking at that reimagination of the future. But everything we do, we are local government. And I think I want to say without fear of contradiction that we are the center of the universe of government. If local government succeeds, government succeeds. If local government fails, local government fails. Government fails. So we are the sphere which is at the center of everything, because everything happens at local government level. So, but the Premier said it's not only about the institutions, and he's right. Everything we do in government must be about the people, must be about creating communities or building communities and localities that are resilient, that are sustainable, prosperous, connected, non-sexist, non-racial, climate smart. So at the end of the day, we can say we are succeeding if we build such communities. But fundamental to this is the role of local government, which, as the Premier said, that role is defined in the Constitution. And I want to just repeat it. I know we know it, but we must always remind ourselves that we have a constitutional mandate to provide democratic and accountable government to local communities, to ensure provision of services to communities in a sustainable way, to promote social and economic development, to promote a safe and healthy environment, and to ensure the involvement of communities and community organizations in local development. That's the constitutional mandate that we have. So in fulfilling this mandate, we must also recall the words of the first democratic president in this country. When he was speaking to us in 1996 at the National Summit for Organized Local Government. And what mandate did he give us? And I'll quote, "You have the task of doing whatever is necessary to ensure that our new local government system serves the needs of our communities. You have the responsibility to make their voice heard and to provide an effective instrument for them to improve their lives," close quote. That's the mandate we got in 1996 from Dr. Mandela. So this is the type of leadership and ideal municipality that we should display. It is our hope that this summit will provide and elaborate features and bottom lines and building blocks towards such an ideal municipality. We're also ever so conscious that, as the Premier said and as the MEC said and Umam Umhlaula, we have to work together. And that's not a choice that we have. We have a constitutional mandate to work together. This DDM is not a choice. It's a constitutional mandate because the Constitution again says that the national and the provincial spheres must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. So that's the district model, is to actually coordinate that support from the national, the provincial, to support and strengthen local government in an integrated manner that breaks the silos and that mobilizes government and society in planning, budgeting, and implementing as one, and therefore producing that plan that the Premier was talking about, the one plan. So to this end, in this summit, we have invited colleagues from other national departments, organs of state, other state entities, as well as provincial COGTAs and treasuries. There is also much to learn from our friends from other continents, which is why we have the NEPAD agency will be talking to us tomorrow, and we have the People's Republic of China and the Social Republic of Vietnam. And the only reason we chose those, China globally is number one in terms of having lifted millions and millions of people out of poverty. So we need to learn what building blocks they used, what strategies they used to lift people out of poverty. We know that Vietnam went through a very difficult period during the war, and there was the scorched earth, but Vietnam today is a very vibrant economy, so we want to learn from them. We've also invited people from academia, from religion, from institutions of traditional leadership, as you know, private sector, so that we all work together as local government is everybody's business. As we draw lessons and gather directives, we must pay particular attention to the unique circumstances of our history. Because our history, I won't dwell too much on it because I think the Premier has, but we must acknowledge that we inherited a deeply divided society, which was spatially, culturally, socially, economically, environmentally fragmented and divided. So as we try to institute the wall-to-wall municipality system to broaden the reach of the state and ensure that no one is left behind and that everyone has services delivered by the democratic government at the local sphere. But let me say that we did not sufficiently interrogate some of the key assumptions at the time, because we based the funding model on the assumption that every municipality has a revenue base from which to get its revenue and put together its budget. We did not take into account that this wall-to-wall municipality means that we're extending services to people who are indigent. There is high unemployment. So some of the municipalities are not able to raise their own revenue, but they still have to provide services to the communities. So it's something that is under discussion, that the funding model must change. So we hope that that won't take long to change the fund model so that we can better address the aspirations and needs of the local people. And as we have always said, it must always be Batupile. Program Director, in charting the implementable, measurable, and time-bound plan of action, we must also pay attention to attendant challenges and context of local government. This analysis will assist us to understand the political, the governance, the financial, the administrative challenges which have often led to substandard service delivery and development, as well as audit outcomes that are not really desirable. We must also acknowledge that a lot of progress has been recorded in certain areas. But also, even with local government and audit, there's been some improvement, modest as it is, that this time we have 54% of municipalities receiving unqualified audits, and 16% receiving clean audits. This is not enough, but it shows us that it is possible to get there. So, in fact, maybe we must also look at sometimes twinning the best performing municipalities with those that are not performing so well, and maybe exchange visits, those who are performing well to go to the non-performing and see what's going on there and assist, but also those who are not performing well to go to the well-performing and see what's going on there, and so that we can learn from one another. And of course, we must also pay attention to the municipalities that still have outstanding audits. We have a responsibility to support them, and SALGA and those municipalities that are doing well must also assist. As said by Udada, the ultimate measure should be how we transform the material conditions confronting the masses of the people, especially those in rural areas, townships, and informal settlements. In this regard, since our last summit, we have recorded very notable progress in delivering quality services. Yes, 90% of households have access to electricity. Now it's just to make sure that the 10% also has access, but that also that electricity is constant and consistent. We also have progressed in terms of providing sanitation to households. At the beginning, the pace was much faster. Now it's becoming slower. But of course, it is always much more costly and slower to provide services to far-flung areas For instance, when you look at the Northern Cape, it's much more expensive to provide services in the Northern Cape than it is in Gauteng. It's cheapest to provide services in Gauteng because people are concentrated in a small geographical space. But it's clear that we have also provided water, but not everybody has water. And sometimes those who have water don't have consistent water coming. And also, refuse removal has increased. So there is progress, and I don't think we must also just look at the negative. We must say, yes, this we have done, we must improve on it, but of course there is lots more to be done. And we're doing that with less resources because of the conditions that exist now. But also due to our apartheid spatial planning, as well as the characteristics of our economy, urban municipalities and metros continue to chase a moving target. And they will always chase a moving target if we do not develop the other municipalities. If the other districts are not developed, they don't have vibrant economies, the metros will always be chasing a moving target, not only because of the natural growth of the population, but because people are leaving their areas not out of choice, but out of desperation, thinking that the lights of Gauteng, thinking they might get a house there, a job there, and sometimes they come there and they swell the ranks of the urban poor. So it's very critical that we ensure that there's development everywhere, in every district, in every municipality. Because the migration that we are seeing, but that migration as it swells the metros, and the metros don't know what to plan for. Because as we sit here, they don't know who will be there in January. But also it denudes the other areas where people are living from. So let's have a balanced local development. And this is urgent because every area has its own endowments, has its own comparative advantage. Let's take advantage of that. And indeed, the white paper says we must have long-term plans, 25-year plans. Because if you plan for now, we are constrained by what is happening around you then. You must break away from your immediate constraint and say, in 25 years, I want to be there. And therefore, in 10 years, I want to be there. In 5 years, I want to be there. In the 1 year, I want to be there. But if you are just fighting fires, you won't develop. So it's very important to have a long-term plans. And those long-term plans will also assist what the Premier is frustrated about. You can see he's very frustrated by these coalitions. Even as he was trying to leave the stage, he came back and talked about that. But what long-term plans do is that they focus everyone. Doesn't matter whether it's me or you or him. When you come, there's a plan to be implemented. And so, even if it's a coalition government, not that we must aim for them, but there is a focus. There is a plan for that district, or there is a plan for that municipality, there is a plan for that metro, and it's a 25-year plan. And so that is very, very important to have a long-term plan. But our plans and strategies must also be rooted in who we are. Because sometimes we pretend as though we didn't have our own indigenous knowledge systems that kept us sustainable and living well before the colonizers came. So we must also look at who we are. Because if you know who you are and you're proud of who you are, then you're likely to succeed. And we celebrate our heritage. This is Heritage Month. So we must celebrate our heritage, our culture, our cultural assets, our cuisines, our fashion, our dance, our song. That's who we are, our soul. We must be able to anchor our plans around some of those indigenous knowledge systems. Even in medicine, it doesn't mean that we didn't have our own health system until the colonizers came. We had. We just haven't developed it, we haven't paid attention to it. But we must also build tourism also on some of our cultural sites and indigenous sites, like Inzalo Yelanga. Some of us may not even know what Inzalo Yelanga is and where it is. It is in Gersibande district. It is the oldest stone calendar in the world. And of course, the sophisticated indigenous science knowledge must also find expression in our plans. The astute knowledge is shown in the buildings, in the art, in the smelter, gold pieces found in the places such as the Great Kingdom of Mapungubwe in the Ven district. And so the rock paintings, there is a lot that we can also build on. And if I were to borrow from something called the email from the future, which was addressed to Kwame in a document of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And I quote, "By the intelligent application of centuries-old indigenous knowledge acquired and conserved by African women who have tended crops in all seasons. Within the first few years, bamba harvests were being reported. Agronomists consulted women about the qualities of various grains, which have survived low rainfalls, and some which have thrived on wet weather." All these things we knew, they are part of our indigenous knowledge. The social impact of the agrarian revolution must be the most enduring change. The status of women, the tillers of the soil by tradition, the girl child condemned to the future of the kitchen or fields in our too distant past, now must have equal chance of acquiring modern education, owning a farm, owning an agribusiness, owning anything that can be owned, participating in every area of human endeavor. So all this must be driven by the citizens, by young people, by women, by everybody. So I'm really wanting just to stress the indigenous knowledge system, but also our heritage is our country. We have one of the most beautiful countries. There used to be a slogan in tourism in the past in South Africa, which said, "South Africa is a world in one country." And I think that is true. We pretty much have everything that the world has. So we have everything that a tourist would want to see. We have breathtaking landscapes. We have beautiful flora and fauna, beautiful roses in Mangaung and elsewhere. We have it all. We must just ensure that we use it wisely and we use it to the advantage of our people. We have the majestic Kukahlamba, which is a World Heritage Site. And we have beautiful rivers and so on, birds. What is it that we don't have? That's what we must look for. Otherwise, we have everything. So we must also look at the ocean as a big economic frontier, because there is a lot that can be done on the ocean. 90% of Africa's import and export is through the maritime highways. So you can see just from that, let alone the coastal tourism, floating tourism, there's even deep sea mining, insurance, there are all sorts of things, logistics. So the vessels that carry things in and out of Africa must be ours. The people who are in those vessels must be our children. So we must also be looking at areas that previously knew no or little development and prioritize them, like this Eastern Seaboard type development. And it mustn't just end with the Eastern Seaboard. It must go to other places, including areas like Mopane, Skukuni, Kenneth Kaunda, and many others. But let me just say a few words around the Eastern Seaboard, which has now been gazetted as a region for the purposes of development. Straddles 2 provinces and 4 districts. And these districts are Alfred Nzo, OR Tambo, Herikwala, and Ugu. And 3 of those districts are amongst the 10 poorest districts in the country. And of course, some of their neighboring districts are also poor, but we must also take advantage of the neighboring districts like eThekwini, Lembe, Krisani, Matole. So this is one of the things that we are busy working with. But we must create these economic and social linkages and complementarities in all our local economies. And it's important in recording the required economic growth and in realizing the goals of the National Development Plan. Program Director, the realization of the goals of the NDP must be anchored on realizing the objectives of an ideal local government. And the realization of an ideal local government will only be attested to by the people themselves. We can't proclaim it. The people must say, yes, now we have an ideal local government. But amongst other things, they must have human settlements that are resilient and sustainable and can withstand disasters and calamities. They must have clean water, dignified sanitation, appropriate greenery. I think we should all work together to green South Africa. You know, you can tell where the rich live and where the poor live just by the vegetation. The rich suburbs are green. So what stops us from planting trees everywhere and in every home, and maybe not planting any tree, maybe we must plant fruit trees in every home, depending on what fruit thrives in that area. So that will also assist in cleaning and maintaining a healthy environment. The African Union has what it calls the Great Green Wall Project, which is trying to push the frontiers of the desert and greening. So we must also be part of that in our own country. And so we must also have citizens who have food. Hunger cannot be part of an ideal municipality. Unemployment cannot be. Women and child abuse cannot be part of an ideal municipality. And people must have access to finance. We're probably the only country in the middle income category which doesn't have local banks, cooperative banks, where money does not circulate in communities. People get it today, it's gone. And therefore, it's very important that we ensure that an ideal local municipality, the money circulates. There are banks, local, cooperative, and other banks that give and access to young people, to women, and to everybody who wants to start up a business. And we must have ideal local government where everybody is connected. If I were to use the example of Rwanda, Rwanda is a small country that had a calamity of the genocide, but they decided that they are going to be the hub of ICT. And they said they will have wall-to-wall 2G coverage. There is no part in Rwanda that is not covered. We must be like that also. It may not necessarily have to be 2G, it can be 3 or whatever, but everybody must have access. And manufacturing. We must be a hub of manufacturing. There is the African free trade. What do you trade if you don't manufacture? So we must. Ideal local government means in districts there must be manufacturing. We have natural resources, we have mineral resources, and we must beneficiate so that we don't export jobs and revenue, so that we can be price callers and not price takers. And of course, our people, the people themselves, must be an integral part of that. So we must say, how do we then, what are the building blocks towards that ideal municipality, where we can say gender-based violence and femicide does not exist anymore. And all of us, you know, Mina, I always say, there are few men who do this. I don't know whether I'm right, Premier. Is it few or is it many? So if there are many, where are the few that don't do it? If there are few, where are the many that don't do it? Because if people are involved in gender-based violence and the other men are quiet, they take it that every man is involved in it. Premier, because we are here, and all the country, because everybody from every corner of the country is here. Let's hear voices of men. Can't be just women alone. Let's hear voices of men. Let's hear men saying, no, zero tolerance here of men who abuse women. Let's hear religious leaders saying, zero tolerance in this church of men who abuse women. Let's hear traditional leaders saying in this, we are not going to tolerate people who abuse women. Let's speak out. Let's speak out. Otherwise, we assume that everyone is involved. You know, somebody once said that it's not the people who are evil who destroy the world. It's those who keep quiet when evil is being done who destroy the world. So let's not keep quiet when women and children are abused. So I think that I actually look forward to the discussions here. Mainly around how we are going to ensure that there's good governance, there's accountability in the municipalities, in the institutions, but also that translates into service delivery, but more importantly, the economic development of every district. But also, there are people or municipalities that get very clean audits, which is very good, but there is a disjuncture between the clean audit and the service delivery. We want both. There must be a clean audit, but there must be service delivered. Some of them cheat. They don't put the poor informal settlements in their plans. So I think we must applaud both. There must be a clean audit and service delivery, not just applaud one. So that's my challenge to all of us. But also, for all this to happen, it has to be done by people. So we must have a capable state. Premier was saying in Italy, it doesn't matter, government changes all the time. But they have strong capacity of the state. Public servants, councils, administrators at local government, everything is strong. So we must ensure that that happens. We must build the capacity of the institutions, of the municipalities. And we must strengthen the culture of accountability, both at the political and at the administrative level. Because when you are accountable, and accountability just starts with small things. When you go to a department that is accountable, or a municipality that is accountable and disciplined, everybody will have a name tag. You'll know who you are talking to. Because if you are anonymous, you can do anything. You can treat people anyhow because they don't know who's doing it. So I think we must ensure that we are known. Everybody must be known so that citizens know who they are dealing with. The accountability must start there. It must start with small things. It must start with discipline. You know, and the resources of the people must be used prudently, properly. Stembeke. Ugogo wami bayithi makuthume esitolo ungalibuyisa ushintsho wesent. Uthenga iZulu Motors, laba abancane abayazi iZulu Motors. Abadala kuphela bazi kwakuno sweetie which was written ngiyakuthanda or whatever. And my grandmother would say, mntanami, kufanele uthembeke esentini khona ngokuthemba nakupondo. So we must have that attitude also, that we are going to be trustworthy with the cent so that we are trustworthy with the rand. Because that rand is the one that's going to create a better life for our people. And if it's not used properly, then it means the people are losing out. And all our plans must also ensure that our people and all the communities are ready they know what to do when there is a warning about a disaster. We mustn't only pitch up when a disaster has happened. There must be a drill in every municipality, in every community, that if this happens, if this is announced, if the weather service announces this, it means this, and it means these are the steps we must take so that we can save lives. And also, municipalities must be strict. People mustn't build in places that are dangerous. Floodplains, in places where there are mudslides. We must be very vigilant about that, because what we saw in the recent floods was very sad. And some of it could have been avoided by people building in places that are sustainable and are supposed to be residential places. But of course, people come from the rural areas, they just build wherever because of this desperation. So we must also make sure that that happens. So as I conclude, I want to say we must come out here after these 2 days with clear pillars of what an ideal local government and municipality should be. And these 2 days must put the roadmap towards that. And it requires that we work together, not only today, but all the time. And remember, we're doing it so that communities are democratic, are resilient, are prosperous, are connected, non-sexist, safe, non-racist, and they are climate smart. And we must have an idea of when we want to achieve this ideal. It mustn't be just something that we say we'll do. We must have targets that this time we must be able to do that, this time we must be able to do that. But bearing in mind that it can only be done through the DDM, which means the whole of government approach, which means the whole of society approach. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for really reminding us of why it is that we are here. I think particularly highlighting on the funding model of municipalities and the assumptions on which it was based. The national budget allocation for municipalities or for local government has remained at about 8% since the municipal system was introduced, and so really there is a big conversation to be had there, and that's going to be continued in our next panel, which is going to come up now, which will be speaking on the theme of governance, administration and financial management. May you please give all of our guests a round of applause. Thank you so much. Yes, you may come to the chairs in the front. And may I please call on the next panel and the facilitator of the panel, Mr. Khanti Pai, to come and take your place up here.
Do you have the? I have that. We have their list, so you call them.
Do I have to call them? Okay, let me see. That's fine, you can sit here. This is one of my mic. Is that a mic? Yeah. Good morning. If I need the panel, please, to be mic'd right here on stage. If I could have the rest of the panel. Honorable Enoch Godongwano, Professor Dion Rousseau, Mr. Begisto File, Ms. Tsakani Maluleke, Honorable China Dodovu, Josi Siasolo, and the Honorable Fiki Leklas. Good morning, honorable leaders and delegates of this very, very, very important forum. As introduced, my name is Thandi Baye, and I'm going to help chair the discussion that is to follow. That discussion is about governance and administration. So I thought, let me perhaps start here and really to have some indicators of what we are talking about. So I looked up the word administration, and it said a process or activities that run an organization. It also talked about management of public affairs. So then I looked what management is about, and it says a judicious use of means to accomplish an end. And I'm hoping that therefore, in terms of the discussion that we're going to have, these are just some of the concepts that are going to guide us. One of the things that I was doing when I was reading up on this, I looked up some of the interesting concepts, and one of the pieces of work that I saw is from a working paper that is as old as 2006. That said, the economics of governance is an unfinished project whose time has come. Now that was 2006. We are still having these kinds of discussion now, so the time has really, really, really come. And I thought that the Premier, when he started, one of the words he used here was about competitive strength, which I thought was interesting because, of course, we know that competitive economies first are built on subnational or local structures or local government. So that's about regions and cities. And so anything that distracts from the competitiveness of a business, of an economy, is something that certainly detracts from the competitiveness of an economy. If we detract on that, then of course we cannot have economies that can fund themselves, that can deliver on development, and that can deliver on the needs of people. So this panel will be really about that. And to help us have this discussion, I have with me here Honorable Enoch Godongwano, who's the Minister of Finance. I have Mr. Chris Kotobi, who is replacing, I think, from what we had planned, Professor Dion Dasso. Then we will have also Mr. Begistofile, who is with SALGA, Mr. Galan Maluleke, who is the Auditor General of South Africa, Honorable China Dodovu, who is the Chair of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, and we have Josi Siahlolo, who is with the House of Traditional Leaders, and lastly, Honorable Fikile Xhasa, who is the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Cocktail. Now I'm going to ask them, because we have very little time left, to just have, to give us a little bit of remarks, about 5 minutes or so, on some of the issues that we'll be discussing, and then I will ask them some questions as we go forward.
Thank you, Program Director. I know, and ministers here, greetings to Minister of Cocktail, Minister in the President's, MECs that are present here, Chairperson of the NCOP and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, members of Parliament, mayors and councillors. Now, I'm going to be brief. I'm going to just few bullet points. The first one, I must agree with the Minister on the wall-to-wall municipality situation. What we've done, it happened also at a difficult period. As they say, well, we're introducing wall-to-wall municipalities, we're also having a difficult challenge of budget cuts. That we must acknowledge, it has created some problems with municipalities. It's something we need to take into account now with the cost of living rising. That's going to have an implications on the bucket of what you call the indigent basket. So some of those issues need to be taken into consideration. The second issue which I think I need to raise, which the President of SALGA raised, which is also worrying, is a tendency to shift functions from local government to national. In particular, the more demand for indirect grants. That is part of the challenge that we are going to be facing. But as Minister of Finance, you normally don't say things that people will clap hands when you sit down. You tell people the difficult things and the difficult choices. It's in the nature of the job. The first thing I want to tell you, I'm going to talk to you about three things. The first thing, a problem we have is governance in a number of municipalities. It's a serious challenge. Let's not beat about the bush. And what complicates it is lack of understanding the interface between the political and administration. That distinction sometimes is blurred, and with the effect, it undermines the governance in municipalities. What is the effect of that governance failure? It's financial crisis. It's financial crisis. The Auditor General will tell you some of the challenges we're facing. 43 municipalities as we speak are what is, I would call that in ICU. Difficult financial management challenges. What does that mean? It means part of the discussion we've got to have is to discuss seriously how this political administrative interface impact on governance, including on financial management. The starting point in financial management, when people decide, a council sits and decide to approve an unfunded budget. When you approve an unfunded budget, by choice, you make a decision that you are going to make an expenditure, or you are going to spend money you don't have. 175 municipalities have passed unfunded budgets. Can't be right. Tell you, it's in the nature of the job that I've got to tell you the correct stuff. That's a signal, even if you are not part of the 43. By passing an unfunded budget, you are definitely on a route towards this 43, towards the ICU. So I've got to tell you, it is basically a difficult challenge through these unfunded budgets. The last of these bullet points I said I'm going to mention is service delivery. If you pass budgets that are unfunded, largely two areas which are impacting on that, which eventually impact on service delivery, is to employ more people than the system can afford. One mayor, who shall remain nameless, approaches me and says, no, why don't you intervene in my municipality? I said, by the way, when I intervene, I don't bring a basket full of money. No. And I said to him, I know your problem because you've got more people than your council can afford. He then says, that's the reason I want you to intervene, because I want you to be the one who retrenches those people. So let's be honest about these things. Mr. Maile will tell you, I phoned him the other day about a specific municipality. He says to me, you know, the problem with those, every mayor who comes employs his new people. It can't be right. Unfunded budgets are a problem. If after 257 municipalities we've got 175 that have passed unfunded budget, it's not correct. Some of the things we need to come out of this conference is how to ensure this governance issues. Once you have a budget like that, then you are going to have a problem in terms of service delivery. And just pick up one municipality. When I look at the numbers on maintenance, they've got 1.7 of their budget as a percentage of budget. 1.7. What that means, you can't deal with infrastructure, potholes, roads, and so on. On average, the standard we've calculated in Treasury, on average, you must have at least 8% of your budget being part of maintenance and capex. So 1.7 clearly indicate you yourself, as you pass that budget, you must know you're not going to do service delivery. You know that. Why would you do a budget like that? So it's having a serious implication on local government. Mind you, when you do that, the whole of government, by the way, get into trouble. Okay, I'm not saying we're better in national, we've got our own problems as well. I mean, we've been struggling to sort one company for 14 years, so we do have a challenge. Trying to fix ESCOM for 14 years, you must know that we also have got our own challenges. I'm not saying we're better, but today we're about local government. We're about local government. As I conclude, I want to say I'm not going to be long. Just before, in front of you, there's a book there. It raised the framework, it raised on 6 principles. Active citizenry, that we need to make sure that citizens are active and participating in the local government issues. The second issue is professionalization of the civil service. Oh my God. That political interface I was talking about, impact of this professionalism. Improving the integrity and credibility of the public procurement system. Strengthen coordination between performance and accountability mechanisms. Specifying targeted protection of sectors most vulnerable to corruption and unethical practices through effective risk identification and management. I think those are some of the issues, principles we need to entrench as part of the government. So 3 things: we must improve governance in municipality, avoid this political administrative interface which impact on this, deal with proper financial management, pass the budget that you know you have got to funds for. Lastly, focus on service delivery. Thank you.
Maybe just to do this quickly, but before I do this, Minister, you remind me, my aunt and my uncle, when I was growing up, I used to stay with them, and my uncle was the one who worked and my aunt didn't work. And my aunt would my uncle would always complain, you must budget, you don't budget. I tell her, so budget, Sanjana, I don't have an income. How can I budget? And I think this was the unfunded budget she was complaining about. So what I'm going to do, I'd like my panelists, I'm not going to come back again, to come back once the other one is done so that we save a little bit of time. Again, as the Minister just gave us, a few remarks. Thank you. Sorry. This and then you'll go. You have a presentation?
We've got a presentation. I don't know if that can be brought up. I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Minister. The Minister launched the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative last week, and thank you for insisting that we be here to present on that again today. I'd also like to acknowledge Premier David Makura. Premier, we've done quite a lot of work with your provincial government and municipalities in the Gauteng Municipal Integrity Project. Then also the leaders of the NCOP, the chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, other ministers, MECs, mayors, and other municipal leaders. My name is Chris Dobie. I'm from the Ethics Institute of South Africa, or the Ethics Institute. We have a project called the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative, and that project we run with the assistance of the Department for Cooperative Governance, South African Local Government Association, and the Moral Regeneration Movement. The project basically flows from the National Anti-Corruption Strategy and the Local Government Anti-Corruption Strategy that says that there should be a national dialogue on ethical leadership with the purpose of developing a code for municipal ethical leadership in the long run. So why do we focus on that? Why do we focus on that? And partially it's because of what the Minister said in terms of governance challenges that we have in municipalities. When we speak to municipal officials, we ask them, what are the challenges that you have? And they say, we're not going to solve our challenges in local government unless we solve our leadership challenges. But it also doesn't help that we keep focusing on the negative. And this is a point that was made at the launch of the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. Premier Makura, it was a previous DG of yours that said that if you want to build a healthy lawn, you want grass to be nice and green and you don't want weeds, you can't just focus on eradicating the weeds. You have to make sure that you fertilize and that you make a healthy lawn. You start with a healthy lawn. In other words, we must focus on what it is that we want to see more of in our municipalities and not just what we want to see less of. And we want to see more ethical leadership in our municipalities, and we want to see improved governance and better professionalization. And that's why we're focusing on the governance code. We know that the environment is a very legislated and regulated environment, but what we think is missing is focusing on the spirit of municipal governance, the leadership spirit with which we should guide our municipalities. And for that, we've got the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. And it's a long-term initiative. It's a 5-year project that we're running to try and develop this code for ethical leadership in local government. It doesn't seem that my presentation is going to make it onto the slides, so I'm carrying on. But basically, firstly, we tried to establish an advisory council, or we established an advisory council, because we want to have leadership, and we've got Father Smangalisum Kachwa, who's chairing that, Dr. Sidney Mufamade is on there, Justice Yvonne Mogoro, Mr. Rolf Meyer, and various others are on that advisory council. But then we also have a network of people that we're working with throughout the country. We're working with COGTA and SALGA. We're working with COGTA and SALGA in the provinces. We're working with the offices of the premiers in all of the provinces. Last year we did research. We tried to get a better understanding of what the challenges are on the ground related to ethical leadership. And therefore we spoke to municipal leaders, and we spoke to councillors, and we spoke to municipal managers, and we spoke to senior municipal officials. What those people told us, we asked people, what are the challenges of ethical municipal leadership? We firstly actually asked them what makes it difficult to lead ethically in our municipalities. We had things like politicization of local government. That boundary between the political and the administrative that you were talking about, sir. If we ask people on the ground, what is your major challenge? They say to us, it makes it really difficult for us to lead ethically because of that political administrative interface and the blurring that happens there. The destructive deployment practices that happen in our municipalities. People are being appointed who are not the right people into the municipalities, and like you said, people are appointed who are, well, every new mayor comes in and appoints their people into the administration. So we sit with bloated administrations as well, and not the right people are being appointed. The other challenge is lack of councillor competence. So in other words, the oversight that should happen in our municipalities isn't happening because our oversight structures aren't filled with the right people. Then we've got challenges at the community interface. Councillors sometimes overcommitting, making promises that can't be delivered on. Insufficient community engagement, and also sometimes pressure from communities to do things that aren't possible in the administration, and we get where communities come from. The other challenge is lack of accountability, the abuse of our accountability processes. Those are things that also have caused challenges in ethical leadership. And then our supply chain management corruption and the fear that happens when people speak up about supply chain management corruption. And we want to the Bartopele element of it. We are there as leaders because we are serving our communities and are trying to do better for our communities. The next thing is diligence. People need to be committed and passionate, and they need to be competent. And then accountability. That's both being personally accountable, but also ensuring good governance and compliance in our municipalities. The last thing is courage. And this is where I want to suggest, if we are going to be unreasonable and mad about how we do things, it's about being courageous. And it's about being courageous in having integrity, in being community-centered, being diligent, and being accountable. So we've started drafting the Code for Ethical Municipal Leadership. Currently, it has a number of principles, and I'm quickly going to go through what those principles are. This is still a draft document. We've already engaged in the provinces. We've spoken to more than 700 people in our provincial engagements, but we're still busy with our engagement processes. but this is what's come out so far from those processes. An ethical municipal leader, principle 1, sets an ethical tone. In other words, it's not just about minimal legal compliance, it's about making sure that we build legal communities. If you can carry on with the slide presentation, I'll tell you when to stop. It's the second last slide that I'm on at the moment. You can carry on. This one, and next carry on there. You can go on one more, and one more. Okay, so the principles that are there. Firstly, an ethical municipal leader sets an ethical tone. Secondly, an ethical leader follows a community-centered approach to governance, but community-centered not just in the short term, community-centered in terms of the long-term sustainable interest of the community. Very important one. An ethical municipal leader respects the boundary between the political and the administrative arms of the municipality. An ethical municipal leader ensures the appointment of staff who have competence and integrity. An ethical municipal leader ensures the appropriate level of competence, integrity, and diversity on committees and oversight structures. An ethical municipal leader deals fairly and decisively with ethics transgressions. And lastly, which we're working towards the difficulty with coalition politics and the like, but an ethical leader deals respectfully and constructively with other leaders. So that's the code for ethical municipal leadership. If you can carry on with the presentation, I just want to get to the outcomes that we have there. If we do that, is an ethical culture, good governance, service delivery, and trust with our communities. One more slide. I want to reiterate what the Premier said in terms of working with what previous people have put there. And I think when it comes to coalition politics, we're going to see this more and more. If we want to build something sustainably, we have to build on what previous people have done. You can't break down the bricks of what the previous people have done. So otherwise we start from scratch every time. And one of the challenges that we have is instability. And if we can't remain stable and build on what people have done in the previous administration, especially when it comes to coalition politics now, it's going to remain a challenge. Colleagues, we're in process of developing the code for ethical municipal leadership. It's not the last time you're going to hear about this code. It's part of the local government ethical leadership initiative. Thank you for those of you who have participated in the process up to now. We hope that there's going to be significant engagement with the process going forward. I want to thank our colleagues from COCTA, SALGA, and the Moral Regeneration Movement who have brought us this far. Minister, for your support in this process, and hopefully we can see the spirit of ethical leadership returning to local government leadership so that we can make the differences that we need to make in local government. Thank you very much.
Good morning to the ministers, the deputy ministers, the Premier who's hosting us today, the traditional leaders, the leadership of the NCOP who are here, the members of the National Assembly, the portfolio committee chairs, the leadership of SALGA, and MECs, mayors, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, a warm greeting to all of you. It's almost noon. I'd like to greet the panelists, my fellow panelists, and our moderator. When I listened earlier on, it was pretty clear that the context in which we're engaging on this topic is one that needs urgent action from all of us. It's quite the service delivery experiences of citizens across the country is one that does not meet our constitutional promise to the citizens of the country. It's also quite evident that institutions that make up local government are in a weak state, and so we have to invest in significant effort to make sure that we rebuild these institutions so that they ultimately operate more effectively in accordance with their mandates. When we audited last year for 2021 and we tabled our report and we talked about it relating to the 257 municipalities that we audited, we how in the final year of the fourth administration it was quite evident that across the period of 5 years, local government went backwards. We talked about how every single year, and I just pause in mind what we do. We look at financial statements, whether or not financial management is running well, whether or not those statements are credible. We look at performance information, whether or not that information is credible, whether it's reliable, whether it's useful. We look at compliance, whether or not the rule of law has been evident in how municipal funds are being spent. And we also look at across the country. We also said that if you add those audit opinions on their financials, meaning that their financial reports were credible, if you add those to 141 municipalities that had published credible financial information, which is 54%, as Minister Dlamini Zuma was saying earlier on. That's worth recognizing, that's important for us to build on. But we also say to you that if you dig a bit deeper, you'll recognize that financial management practices are indeed trouble across municipalities. If we, as the AGSA, had stopped from the first version of financial statements that were submitted to us, we would have ended up not with 100, but with 62. So not with 54%, but with 25%. What that tells you is that 75% of municipalities are unable to present credible financial statements from the word go. Now, it's good that the office helps. You worry about fees. It's good that the office helps and gets the 62 to 141 so more at least have some credibility of financial information. But it's worrying that even after all of these years we do, we're not getting the financial management practices right. It's always an indication when we get financial statements that are not credible at the first option. It's always an indication that in financial management we have fund Zuma. You got to be trustworthy with the cents, so you can be trustworthy with the rands. Be trustworthy with the rand, so you can be trustworthy with the millions, with the billions that are put into local government. concern, which you've registered over time, is that when you've got someone with a disclaimer audit opinion, they virtually shrug. When you come to the end of the year and you say, how many sweets did you buy? And where's the change? And essentially, a disclaimer is tantamount to a shrug. We also talked about how there are too many municipalities that don't submit financial statements. Again, indication of the reality of local government. Yes, you might complain about, well, if it's a clean audit, is there delivery? And that's work we must all do, because I agree with Minister that we must do both. Section 195 of the Constitution is very clear. We don't get to opt out of one or the other. You've got to deliver, and you've got to demonstrate a commitment to building and maintaining an institution characterized by good financial management, by transparency and accountability. You don't get to opt out. We've got to do both. And when we do both, that's when we'll applaud, and that's quite important to do. The main message, and maybe just linking to what Chris was saying earlier on from the Ethics Institute, I found myself nodding when you were giving your inputs. I'd just like to reiterate that whilst our audit messages tend not to be listened to over many years, important that we recognize the things that are good and we build on them. Equally important that we push out or push back decisively on the things that are bad. So what are the things that we would like to see? And we do see it in the areas where municipalities do well. A strong leadership tone, characterized by stewardship, characterized by integrity, community-centeredness, diligence, accountability, and courage, as Chris was saying. I can't differ with that at all. The other things we see where municipalities do well is that they have stable and capable administrations. I've been in the audit office now for over 10 years, and in that time, I've been quite interested in tracking the correlation between stability at CFO and MM level and audit outcomes. And every single year, I found that more than competence, stability counts for a great deal more. That's when you get good delivery, that's when you get institutional capability, and that's when you get good audit outcomes attained and retained. And I guess if you look at the things that are troubling my Premier in this province, Premier Makura, around the political transitions, which are a natural part of our democracy, it then becomes quite urgent for us to worry about the stability and capability and professionalism of the public administration within an institution, because that's how we're going to withstand the disruptions that come with political transitions. So we've got to invest in that capability quite urgently. And then, of course, what we see in the municipalities that do well is that they insist on controls, they insist on proper reports, they insist that there be clear commitment to responding to audit outcomes. You know, one of the things I often say is that one does not look for perfection. It does not exist. That's not the point. The point is responsiveness. When you've had your internal audit give you a finding, external audit give you a finding, the critical thing is to respond and do the necessary so that you're not back there again. That's the critical part. Not to sit and lament and push back and fight and sue the auditors. The other thing we see is the tendency to drive accountability and consequence management led by the people that are appointed and elected to lead municipalities. When you've got a council, a mayor, and MN that are unequivocal about driving accountability and consequence management, that's how you build institutions. And so those are the 4 things we believe are critical. Leadership tone, strong, capable administration, insisting on controls and credible information for decision making, and driving accountability and consequence management. That's the urgent work that we all must do. And municipalities can't do it all on their own. It's going to be quite important that they pull on the other accountability partners, other people in the accountability ecosystem, provincial government, national government as well. Municipalities cannot exist in an island. They do not. And I think Minister Dlamini Zuma spoke about that earlier on as well. When we do all of these things, I do believe that we will be able to get to the end of this administration seeing and applauding not just good, clean audits, but service delivery and strong institutions as well. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, premier, MECs, esteemed leaders and guests. My name is Thuli Zulu. I represent Nedbank. I promise you I'm not here to sell you anything. We were invited at the behest of the leadership teams at COCTA and SALGA, and we came here almost as a service provider because we see this market. So for contextual reasons, I'll point out that Nedbank is the largest funder out of the domestic local banks in this segment of government. We, according to the BA 900s, which is the standard that we report through to the Reserve Bank, contribute about 56% into lending of local government. We are the smaller of the big four banks, and we should way above our weight in terms of what we do in supporting the projects that are done by local government. So from our perspective is really to reiterate what it means to work through with local governments and assisting them to have funded projects that are able to sustain and generate revenue. And from our perspective also to make certain observations around what makes the conversations very challenging from a financing perspective, because our funding, unlike that of DFIs, has to be commercially viable. We work alongside both international and local DFIs in making sure that where it's appropriate, we bring blended financing, and where appropriate, where our funding is not suitable for those particular clients, we try to facilitate conversations that would move those clients' requirements forward. So we've been working quite collaboratively with the local and international DFI. There is huge interest with the international DFIs that is coming across in just how post the period that we have had from a COVID-19 perspective. And I really liked what Minister Dlamini Zuma had indicated to us in saying, when we say nothing when something goes wrong, it really says something about us and we're permitting it to happen. And so the financing community broadly, when COVID happened and we had the consequence of not being able to get revenue generation and collection of revenue in the municipal entities, we put our heads together in saying what structures, what thinking can we put forward in assisting our clients in being able to collect better, manage their budgets better, and those engagements continue. And from our principal standpoint is that how do we bring a collaboration of the private sector through private partnerships, private-public partnerships, as it strengthens the value proposition, the governance structures on a standalone basis for those projects to be viable. But even if we don't fund them through PPPs, because that might not be appropriate for a particular project, how do we bring the principles of the decision making that you make with regards to a PPP into scope in having the discipline and the financial discipline on how to make a selection of those projects? Minister of Finance did indicate that financial stability is instability within municipalities brings certain challenges. I think I'll make an example, and I'll be very circumspect in the way I put it forward to you. In 2020, we had a challenge with a metropolitan municipality that was put into administration in Gauteng. And one of its consequences was, it's easier to talk to these things via examples, they had bonds that are listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and as a consequence of that action of being put into administration, they had to issue what is called a SENS announcement to inform their investors that an event of default had occurred, and it would have brought a house of cards down, because that instability which was came from a political environment and had contaminated and had financial consequences for that particular metropolitan municipalities. Instability brings unintended consequences, both directly and indirectly, and that municipality had to work quite closely with its funders in order to remove some of and get waivers in order to be able to continue to fund and also to continue to debt under the same terms and conditions. So, from an observer's perspective and a service provider, Minister, we are challenged from our perspective in that we are effective. My portfolio looks after all municipalities, it looks after state-owned companies, and one of the things that when we put forward to our credit committees from a request perspective is what is the stability of that municipality? What is the political stability? What is the stability of the leadership? What has been the process of engagement with local government? What has been the process of engagement to get to the IBP? And can you demonstrate that the procurement for this particular financing is done appropriately and no one will bring us to book in saying we then enabled wrongdoing in that municipality. So for us, it's a bread and butter issue, and we really look forward to this engagement and this panel discussion on how we progress some of the unintended consequences of the instability that we've witnessed. In line with Chris, I think moving forward and looking into what I think our recovery particular segment, you see it in the recovery rates from a collection perspective from local governments currently over collecting, particularly the metropolitan municipalities, notwithstanding sing praises where it's a Jew, that notwithstanding very difficult circumstances and having to pass budgets that are fully funded, we are seeing huge discipline and improvement into the system from our perspective. Thank you.
Ke dumedisa tona ya puso selegae le merero wa segosi mme Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, modulasetilo wa ntlo wa dikgosi le mme Nomandla Mhlauli le baeng botlhe ba tlotlego ba batleng ka kwano. Nna ke kgosi Seatlholo, ke motlatsa modulasetilo ko ntlong ya dikgosi le merero ya mapodisana. Program facilitator, briefly on question of instability within our local and district municipalities. I think I'll just touch on two issues. Our new reality, Premier Makura, as you correctly said, is the coalition government. I think to secure our minimum program of action, which is in this case the district development model, we need to legislatively ensure that we secure that program, and that speaks to the inclusivity of the program, so that whoever may come in within 3 months, we have consensus, be it from communities, district municipalities, because it's very differentiated now. Everyone in our local municipality has become a politician, and it's a big problem. If you look at the case of the Gauteng local municipality, at some point earlier this year, we saw them blocking the entrance of the local bank, refusing administrators of the council to do some banking in the municipality. Fortunately, it was dismantled. So that is one of the situations that are highly worrying in our local municipalities. On the question of LED, the comparative advantage, particularly in rural municipalities, it's land, where we are in co-governance with the municipalities. The advantage for us and the municipalities there is land. And land is not a big thing within our local municipality. In terms of community-based monitoring, during COVID times, all tribal authorities and the community halls, part of our contribution was to convert all of those community halls into vaccination sites. So as a way of making the local municipalities come closer to the people, I think traditional leaders are equally ready this time to bring the municipalities closer to the people, so that when there is a council, the council can come and sit in our communities, and the communities can be able to listen and see their representatives deliberating on issues of importance to them. On the issue of accountability in our local municipalities, drastic actions are being taken now. Two cases that can be cited. The Makana local municipality in the Eastern Cape, whereby an agricultural group took a decision to take the municipality to court to enforce them to fix a road which is negatively hampering the agricultural business. But also in Gauteng local municipality, I think sometime last year, also an agricultural group there took the local municipality to court, and the court actually granted that agricultural group the right to run the water facility. It's a big problem, but our poor local communities, I think because of the consistent unresponsiveness of the leadership in local municipalities, local communities might also need to look at that drastic action of enforcing accountability, because there's a huge problem with accounting. During elections, our communities, they elect people to go and represent them and look after their aspirations. But when they get there, they do something completely different to that. Lastly, on the question of the Auditor General, it's a huge concern. Always when the Auditor General does their audit, they do it after people have misappropriated money. What we are proposing in the system is that there is a continuous monitoring of those funds to see if they are utilized appropriately for our communities. Because I think every after end of financial year, you would hear the Auditor General saying such and such a municipality has misappropriated certain millions or billions of rands. So maybe it's better that our legislative arm looks at ensuring that the Auditor General is able to continuously monitor and also give the Office of the Auditor General power to enforce consequence management, because every year she's saying people have stolen money and all of that, but no one is getting arrested and no one is getting to jail. So we urge our parliamentarians to look at the issue urgently. Thank you very much.
Program Director, ministers present here, led by Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, Premier of Gauteng, the Chairperson of the NCOP and Deputy, protocol observed. I think we have been greeting the whole morning. As anybody is not out of disrespect, we are Parliament, two houses, National Council of Provinces, and I'm the chairperson of that. So our national chairperson is the chairperson of the NCOP. Our task here first is to observe. Is not more, and would not even like to pronounce our aspirations at the beginning. We must allow deliberations to continue. One thing one can mention is that we are all the three something said about public funds and what they are supposed to deliver to the citizens of South Africa. I'm sure there will also be something that will come discussions such that people can be comfortable where they are. I'm happy that I spoke after a traditional leader, because I always worry that when we come together, there's always a disjuncture between us and what we are doing. I hope out of this session, but what is important, Minister, all of us under one roof, and I'm saying that session should actually send a message to the whole country. As we are saying,
Compounded with that, what is the business model that we want to drive? And fortunately, in the room, some of the ministers were also mayors in their life before they become ministers today. And they will know very well when you put your budget and IDP and cost it, what it means. What is the cost lost of allowing one entity of state to participate in reticulation and distribution of electricity, taking 60% of the municipal income? What does that mean? What does that mean really? And the reality of the matter is, unfortunately, in that relationship, you have, after failure to implement what is expected by Constitution, the backstop at the municipal doorstep. And that is why as SALGA, I think we are not mad in a real mad sense, but mad in terms of what Thomas Sankara told us. That if you want to drive transformation and want to drive change, you must have element of madness, because change doesn't come easy. So if we want to drive change and use local government in our own description, is that local government ifana nenyawo zakho nemilenze yakho. Ngeke ufike apho ufuna khona imilenze yakho ifayisebenza. Now, it is important that part of that change is to accept weaknesses of the past and develop a responsive way in the challenge that we face. Yabona ke mphathiso, there is always this issue, and this issue will be always there. I've said, as I was making a contribution, 10 months down the line, a new crop of councillors, mayors, made a commitment to walk to this journey together, because they understood that we cannot succeed in waging the struggle that we are waging without collaborations and cooperation. So how do we then collaboratively and cooperatively work together in addressing the challenges that we are facing? Let me make one example. I know AG, each period comes, release on the audit outcome of municipality. It's not about maybe time listening and looking into what AG is saying and say, out of X number of municipalities, X has achieved a better audit outcome. For instance, consistently and continuously saying no municipality in the Eastern Cape, a very small municipality. But do you have an instruments that are flexible to reward good performance and punish bad performance? It's not about at that time to think along those lines. Probably those that are in the legislation and wherever level that they are, maybe it is important for us to do something drastically different. The issue, Chair, that I'm driving home is that ethical behavior doesn't fall from the sky. It's a process and the journey and the nurturing of individuals that occupy leadership responsibility. So in this journey that we are traversing, as it was raised by the 1998 white paper, is how do we collaboratively and cooperatively work together? I mean, Minister of Finance, one thing that to me doesn't make all the sense is that you allocate money into a municipality. That municipality is not performing what it's supposed to perform. At the end of the day, you take that money and send it to another municipality, as if voters in that municipality did not vote for a better life. We ought to turn our backs against all formulas and have a courage to invent the future that we want. And the future that we want, I think Minister spent some time on it. the founding leader of the Republic of South Africa, when he addressed SALGA, he reminded us about our role is to jealously render service to our communities. And he understood that it cannot happen in vacuum. It happened collaboratively. And that is why probably the negotiators and the approval of the Constitution inserted a clause in the Constitution called Section 154. In giving birth to the Cooperative Governance Framework Act, that municipal system in South Africa cannot succeed alone, but it can succeed working collaboratively together as spheres of government. And therefore, that is why I agree with the Minister, a failure of local government is a failure of governance as a whole. And that is an important point that all of us, because we are not in the competition, I think Thomas Sankara wrote about this at one point, that we are not in the competition. We are in the business of complementing one another for service delivery and bettering the conditions of those that have voted us into power. And that is why, in our view, is that ethical behavior is a matter that is not falling from the sky. It must be built over time. And the leadership that has been elected, which we have an opportunity to address, you lay a foundation of where do we go into the next future. And that is why SALGA NSC said 2020 to 2023 AG, we must have a different results. There's no reason. And we can achieve that if we collaborate and work together. It's not a sky. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Ministers of Government, Premier of Gauteng, Chairperson of the NCOP and your Deputy. Allow me to say, all protocol observed. Chair, my point of departure in this discussion is twofold. Firstly is that we must acknowledge that local government is the most complex project of state transformation since the advent of our new democratic dispensation in 1994. It's very, very complex and very difficult. I argue that its transformation, as I said, is not only complex and difficult, but very, very protracted than it was initially anticipated. I think, and I argue that the drafters of our Constitution, the white paper on local government, and all the laws that initiated the whole process never anticipated that today, as we speak, we will have the kind and the nature of problems and challenges that local government is facing. I think so. I think so because of two reasons. One reason is that it is quite clear that there is a mismatch and what I call a dichotomy between policy development and policy implementation. We don't practice what we preach. What we have on paper, it is not what is obtained on the ground. And I think this conference come at a right time, so that as practitioners, politicians, and everybody else, we must make that reflection as to where we are, what lessons have we learned in the last 28 years or so,
and what improvements we can register. I'm saying this because over the weekend I gave my daughter a copy of the white paper on local government and said to her, please check two things. And I'm happy that these two things are emerging very strong in this conference. The one issue is that, can you check the word corruption in the white paper? She checked. She couldn't see any word corruption in the white paper. I therefore argue to say the magnitude and the volume and the nature of corruption and all the allegations that we have today, the drafters didn't anticipate that we will have this kind of a situation. The Auditor General says it, the Minister said it in her report last year. One of the elephant in the room is corruption that we must confront. And this is the theme that we are here for. Part of what we're talking about, the concerns within local government, is about corruption. And you look at that white paper, it says nothing about corruption. One of the second one is ethical leadership, and it's also coming up very strong. You read that white paper, nothing at all that speaks about ethical leadership. Something that comes up very strong in the white paper is the fact that we must create a developmental local government. And where I stand, I understand the thrust and the context in which that came up was that we need to create municipalities that act as engines of economic development, of social development, of environmental diversity within our communities. And the kind of issues that emerge today are those that were not anticipated. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, that you have created this platform to say, let us look at ourselves in the mirror. Let us look at where are the pitfalls, where are the shortcomings, and how do we ameliorate those particular shortcomings. Now, 2 weeks ago, as some speakers have indicated, as the NCOP, we had what is called our Local Government Week. Annually, we meet as a house because we are a unique house that brings together all the spheres of government, local, provincial, and national, together under one platform, and say, let's talk about the current situation in the context of Parliament playing a role of oversight and accountability. And there are good lessons that emerged out of the Local Government Week. And one of those is the fact that we need a model, a parliamentary oversight model that must guide Parliament to strengthen oversight, especially on two areas of our Constitution. The one area is how provinces implement Section 154 of the Constitution. That the Minister spoke about it a bit. She says, 154 says, province and national will support, will strengthen the capacity of municipalities, will also monitor them. Where I stand, I'm not really convinced that provinces are doing what they are supposed to do to support and to strengthen the capacities of municipalities. And there are no early warning systems that are in place to detect when municipalities are facing problems. When municipalities are in trouble, they invoke Section 139 of the Constitution. because in their respective view, those municipalities are unable to fulfill their executive obligations under the Constitution. And for me, this is quite important that we must make that reflection to say, how do we coordinate the work of provinces and national to an extent that in more practical ways, they will support municipalities and they will strengthen capacities of municipalities to do their work. And for me, that is important. One issue that came out of our summit, Local Government Week, was the killings of councillors. This is a fact. And when you go deeper to understand who are these people who are getting killed in the way that they are, you find out that most of them are these ones who are doing oversight function. They serve in MPEC committees. They oversee the work of councils. And for me, this is a question that we must ask ourselves why it is happening the way that it is, and what is it that can be done to arrest that kind of situation. And this is an important lesson. But going forward, lastly, Chair, as I conclude, the minister says, let us create an ideal municipality. That all of us, when you look at it, this is what we must say, yeah, this is what we want, this is what the municipality must do, especially in terms of the objectives of local government, to be accountable, to be responsive, to be democratic, to provide optimum service delivery to the people, to ensure health and safety environment where people live, and community participation. This is what we need to be satisfied, that this is what we need. And I want to deposit certain suggestions in terms of what is it in precision that can be done to address that. And one of those is that we need to recruit, we need to retain, and we need to develop qualified, skillful, and competent people who must work at municipal level. Secondly, as I conclude, is that we must establish a people-centered culture of service delivery and customer care in line with Batupele. In the interest of time, I will pause there. But going forward, I think this, as I indicated in the beginning, this is an important platform where we can dialogue and emerge with things that will extricate our country from where it is to ensure that we achieve the developmental objectives of our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. There's been a lot of inputs. One of them I thought, there's a space here. I thought was that, these ethics don't come from the sky. But I wanted, because there's been so much that has been said, and I think we've run out of time completely. What I'm going to do is to ask two questions, because there's been two people that seem to have been focused on, that also made some really important inputs that have been focused on. The first discussion I thought was important was that of the Minister of Finance when we were talking about unfunded budgets. But I think this also came up in terms of what people need and the need for service delivery and the new funding model and the money that is not available and the aspirations of municipalities, those smaller ones who don't have money. So I want us to maybe, as we close, give us the kind of discussion we should be having about this unfunded, because I think if people are saying here, well, actually, there is a need for funding, some municipalities not so much, there's problems wherever, but people have aspirations that have that. So I would like you to maybe spend 2 minutes on this discussion. And then Auditor General, of course, you everybody's looking at you. You had 4 principles. It seems there's in the new society we struggle to process a lot of information. So you had 5 things that you mentioned. I think that's 5. Was it 4? It was. The point is that it was a lot. What would be the driving principle if a new politician is coming in, if a new leader is coming in? What is the thing they should be keeping in mind every day as they go about doing their work? Because I think maybe we should avoid this idea that you should also be monitoring budgets in real time. So maybe those 2 things might be important, and then that would be how we close today's discussion.
let me deal with the funding model. Let me deal with the funding model. We need a proper conversation on this model. I'll be happy, Minister, if we could have a discussion with the executive of SALGA, even if it's at half a day. We sit and have an interrogation of the budget and the funding model, and why national sometimes get a bigger share. Let me just give you one department. The police, their budget this year is 100 billion rand. The police alone is 100 billion rand. They still need more, because at the current levels of the number of the police, which is, they were sitting at about 177,000 staff, they're employing about 10,000 this year, but it's still less than the police they had in 2020. So what that means, I would like to have a conversation and say why each sphere takes this much. If we look at the provinces, they sit with the most difficult departments, health and education. So, but I'm saying let's have that discussion. Let's have that discussion. But here is a problem which I must admit. Here is a problem which I must admit. Between 2019 and 2021, there has been a major budget cuts in departments. It's not only SALGA alone, that has had an implication on SALGA. Let me just give you the numbers that come to mind. The police alone between that period have lost 63.9 billion. The army, 21 billion. The provinces, 246 billion. The amounts they've lost. Now, it comes back to you. You also lost a lot in terms of the equitable share during that period. I must admit, but where was the money going to? The money was going out to bail out state-owned enterprises. Between that period and now, the state enterprises got a whooping bailout of 294 billion. Now, I'm saying to you, I admit, during that period, it's a period when all departments, all provinces, municipalities lost money. It is that trajectory, in my view, that needs to be changed. We need to change that. ESCOM alone, we don't have lights today. Between 2019 and this year, they have got 230 billion rand of that 294. ESCOM alone. But we don't have lights. Now, all I'm trying to say, when I was saying what things we are doing that are bad, we also have got some bad things. Those are budget choices which have been wrong. I accept that. Part of what we need to do now is to correct that trajectory, improve the baseline of municipalities. We've done it in this financial year, small as it is, we've tried to change it. Yesterday I was sitting with Chair of NSOP and the Speaker. Parliament during that period, this baseline has been eroded by 286 million. So everybody is clamoring at me. I'm just telling you what happened, which eroded baseline of everybody, not all of you. That has got to be corrected, that funding model. So let's have this discussion as ministers here and myself and SALGA. Let's look into those issues. I would agree. I mean, My mayor is probably somewhere there in my villages, and I'm struggling to get my road past my house. When it's raining, I can't even park my car in my house. So municipalities have got challenges that I accept. So, but there's also challenges national. I'm just giving you an indication of one department which consumes 100 billion. One. So let's have a discussion over that. When you don't spend, when you don't spend, so when you don't spend, I jump into that money. I don't give it another municipality. I don't give it other municipalities. This year, all of you combined, national governments underspend by 17 billion. Provinces by 11, that's 28 billion. Start unyaka ngonyaka omhle uqala. But in most cases we request money when we don't have plans. And as a result, even national department and local government financially paying what June says as bony numbers that was the underspending. But we've just had the last quarterly reports now. So my appeal is planning and spending. My second appeal is that we need to have a serious discussion with the leadership of SALGA. I don't want to run away from this debate of how to restructure the equitable share. The minister refers to the cost of delivering a service. You know, at some point when I was MEC minister, there was a debate. The FFC published a document which said costed norms. And they were arguing that we should change the budget towards the costed norms. In other words, you allocate resources according to the cost of delivering that services. I don't know whether that document is still relevant now, whether we can dust it off, but let's have a proper discussion about the funding model. I've got, thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Moderator Kanti, for those questions. If a new councillor arrives on day one, I would say to them, familiarize with yourself with the things you need to do to fulfill your role as a steward over public funds, yes, over a public institution, and over the hopes and aspirations of the citizens you serve. And what that does is it invites you to figure out what culture must I set that's going to help me deliver that. One that is about integrity. So how do I behave? What do I expect? What do I insist on? What do I reward? A culture of performance. How do I make sure that we've got an IDP that makes sense and a budget that supports it and supports that annual plan? Because if I've got a budget that makes sense and it relates to the things we have agreed to do, I can then hand that over to the administration and let them implement it. Because I'm going to set a culture of integrity, of performance, by setting a proper plan and by making sure that the people who implement it are capable and they're given space to implement it. And then, how am I going to be sure that the things are happening as I expect? Well, I look around and I say, I've got internal audit here. They must come and tell me once a quarter whether or not the financial information that I'm being given is credible. They must come and tell me if the information is credible. I've got an audit committee here. They must come and tell me. They must tell me whether or not the performance information I'm being given makes sense. They must come and tell me how I can trust that the programs and the projects that we have committed to and we have budgeted for and we have planned for are being implemented in the way I expect. And they must come and tell me if things are going askew. And then, how do I respond when they've told me those things? When internal audit comes and they say, hey, we couldn't even do our work this time because the finance manager abused us and told us to go do forensics and not do our plan, then I must worry. Or if audit committee comes and says, no, we've not been appointed properly, we don't have a plan, we are unable to meet, or when we meet, we don't have information, then I must worry. And what do? I go and hold that municipal manager accountable because that's their job. So I don't want to oversimplify it, but I'm saying, if you familiarize yourself as a councillor with your responsibilities as a steward over an institution, over its funds and resources, and you recognize that your job is to deliver on the hopes, aspirations, and promises that you've made in relation to citizens, then you will set about making sure you've got people who are capable to implement the plans, credible plans, and not unfunded budgets, not IDPs and SDBIPs that don't make sense. And make sure that as things roll out, you are monitoring. You don't have to do it yourself. Rely on internal audit, rely on audit committees, rely even on your MPAC if you're in council. Get them to do the work, but make sure you attend to the information they give you, and as quickly as possible. Don't wait for the AG, because if you wait for the AG, and I'm finishing, this is the last point which is very important. When you wait for the AG, and then you are the one who says, no, but AG, you can't tell me I have irregular expenditure in my municipality. What did you do? You have powers, AG. What did you do? Then we have to turn around and say, let's remind you about the powers we have. The powers we have are there to operate in a complementary way as part of the accountability mechanisms. We don't run municipalities as AGSA, we shouldn't. You don't want an auditor that's in the administration. You want an auditor that's independent, so they can tell you if the information you have is credible. And AG comes at the end, when the other people in the ecosystem have done their part. The managers, the internal audit, the audit committee, and MPAC. When AG comes, yours is to say, no, AG, you see, in third quarter, we realized the projects were not working well. We realized there was a supply chain problem. We did the following about it. That's what should happen, not to wait for the AG. That's responsiveness. That's how you build an institution. I often say to people, if you're going to wait for the AG to issue an MI, a material irregularity, it tells you that in your institution, your own controls are not working. Because where's the internal audit when we have to issue an MI, right? If you have to wait for the AG to issue an MI and your accounting officer doesn't respond, because we do that. We give you an MI and they must respond. And you check that they're not responding and you do nothing about it. That's on you. If we then issue remedial action, because we do that after a while, that tells you they're not responding. What are you doing in the interim? By the time we issue what is called a certificate of debt, we've not yet issued a certificate of debt, but we've issued remedial action, we've issued many MIs. By the time we issue a certificate of debt, I think it's important that we recognize that everything else in that institution has actually failed. So when we say, but AG, where's the certificate of debt? We've got to recognize that it will come, and it does come, when everybody else in that ecosystem has failed to do their work. Starting with management, coming to internal audit, coming to audit committee, coming to council, and ultimately to the provincial legislature and the provincial executive, because they are the people who are the appointed and elected stewards over public funds. We'll do our work in a way that's supportive and complementary. My plea is that we recognize that the moment requires much more urgent attention to the things we must do. And if we do them, you won't have a certificate of debt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to my panel, AG, and everybody who has been so good at giving the inputs. Everything else will be taken into the commissions. Thank you very much. I might release you, and I'd like to also bring up the next panel on local economic development, which will be led by my brother, Ayabonga Tau.
No, no. How many people are here? Mrs. Mohammed Baba. You're coming on second. People are outside, so we're limiting the input to 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
All from an okay show.
All right.
I think I have to have my 10 minutes.
All right, so you're coming on second. You'll be coming on first from the representative of the minister. And then you will come.
But we don't have to mic up because we are coming up here.
Only you, the two of you, but then I'll leave you only. Okay.
Yes, it's quite information overload.
May I have your attention, please? Can we get seated and prepare for the next session? People are joining. Just give it a few seconds for us to settle down, please. My name is Mohammed Baba, and let me just acknowledge ministers, dignitaries, Honorable Premier, ladies and gentlemen. My name, I said, is Mohammed Baba, and I'm a very nervous Mohammed Baba. Not because I'm addressing you, but because I know lunch is coming. And if any of my participants take longer than 10 minutes, I know we're going to have a rebellion. So I will need your assistance to indicate to them when the rebellion is coming and to shorten the inputs. Are we ready? Can we go ahead? It was 24 years ago that the white paper of on local government was passed. And I think the essence is captured in one of the statements there. This vision is captured in the following, that local government is not there to create jobs. It is there to ensure overall economic and social conditions of the locality which are conducive to the creation of employment and opportunities. And it's done through several things. The provision of infrastructure, regulation, price and quality of water, electricity, planning and land use management, and then of course integration. Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma, I must say that in all the years that I've been in local government, perhaps the most promising concept that has come about is the DDM. If we are to get the one plan right and the objectives of the one plan, many of the problems that we discussed today would be addressed, but provided we get it right, and we're committed to that. The Minister Ibrahim Patel was supposed to be here, but in his place, but no less formidable, is Mr. Ayobonga Gawe, who will speak in place of the Minister, and I'm sure he'll do justice to the Minister, because you hear him on radio, you read, and sometimes he infuriates you, sometimes in the business day as well. But his CV took longer than the load shedding that I was experiencing. So, Mr. Kawe, without further ado, will you please come in?
And I see you've left my CV here on the table as well.
In case you forgot.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I don't know if we're already in the afternoon. I think everybody has been greeted enough. So I'll say for now, all protocol observed. And also to say, I think as the program director has said, I'll be making a few remarks on behalf of Minister Ibrahim Patel. I work as an advisor in his office. And I must say that any credit must be due to him, and any other controversial comments I will certainly take responsibility for. That being said, I think the Minister would have really loved to be with us all today, and unfortunately was unable to do so, and he has asked me to convey sincere apologies. He's in Parliament today addressing the Portfolio Committee for much of this morning. And also, I think for us in the Ministry and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the local sphere is very important. It's important because it is the site where all of our counter-cyclical actions succeed or fail. And I think, as Utatu Stofile has said, zinyawo zethu in getting a lot of our interventions to be felt in many of our communities. Over the last few years or so, our work has really taken some step change in the local sphere. Our guiding framework has been crystallized around our joint key performance areas that guide all of our work. And these three areas are in driving industrialization, spearheading transformation, and laying the basis for a capable developmental state. Of course, this work, as you would know, brings together many other areas of our work. Be it the sector charters, be it the master plans, be it the BBBEE codes, and increasingly also equity equivalent investment programs, in the case of many multinationals who are unable to seed equity. But for the purposes of today, I want to maybe hone in on some of the spatial industrial development work that has an implication on local economic development efforts. It's the work that tries to diversify where economic activity happens. It's the work that is looking at the distributional consequences of the kind of economic activity that small firms are involved in, that firms owned by black people and firms located in our villages and in our townships are involved in. But primarily the ability of these firms to enter certain markets and to expand once they are in those markets. Increasingly also it's about expanding ownership, and in particular ownership at a community level and even worker ownership as well. If we look at the 44 districts and the 8 metros that we have, a lot of the work that we've done and the active planning around it across all of our divisions has really taken seriously this task of how do we geospatially reference where it is that we work, so that national government is not this amorphous, thing sitting emoyeni somewhere, but is effectively the kind of work that people are able to point out in a very meaningful way. Now, one of the things that we've been asked to speak about today is the role of municipal and traditional authorities, in particular in land use management, that has the capacity to enable industrialization. And I think the starting point is something that Minister Dlamini Zuma raised earlier on, which is we need to recognize that the densification of our settlement patterns and where economic activity happens, especially in rural areas, is very important. Dr. Thozamila Botha argued in a paper written in the 1990s that the legacy of pre-capitalist forms of indirect rule and delegated authority has led to what we have inherited in a land use framework where there's sparse population with settlement patterns that make the delivery of services very difficult, but I think for our purposes that make the clustering and agglomeration of economic activity even more difficult. If we look at it in this way then, industrial development, especially in the rural areas, remains constrained by scale, lack of agglomeration effects, and increasingly if we look at the border decentralization areas where some of our industrial parks can be found, we find that a lot of the challenges arise because of the history of many of these areas which served a political rather than an industrial or economic end. So a lot of the work that we're doing in spatial industrial development is aiming to respond to these challenges. It's about answering how catalytic projects like the N2 Wild Coast in OR Tambo can crowd in investment, greater densification of economic activity and settlement patterns. But also what we already see is that many of the people in the populations in that particular district or IGR impact zone are moving closer and closer to transit nodes and to areas of economic opportunity. And our tasks are to make sure, in complementary fashion, that where such economic activity happens, that we create significant opportunities for value addition. Increasingly also our task, in line with our joint performance areas of creating an ethical, capable and developmental state, are focused on ensuring that functional intergovernmental relations become a critical part of how it is that we work. Now, how we've historically undertaken the development of SEZs, the financing of top infrastructure and so on, has had limited managerial and project management input from national departments, national and even provincial sector departments. And we certainly recognize, as the Section 22 of the SEZ Act requires us, which draws from the IGR Framework Act, that we need coherent implementation frameworks and protocols that create relationships between different sector departments, that coordinate how it is that we work, and also ensures that implementation happens in synchronous fashion. And there are many examples of this, and I just want to cite two of these. The one is some ongoing work at the moment in what is called a quadripartite agreement. Now, I had to work on how I pronounce that. Quadripartite agreement, which draws in provincial, district and local municipalities on the funding of infrastructure for the proposed Fetago Motubatse SEZ, and some of this work is being finalized at the moment. Similarly, some of our work in the Tshwane SEZ has ensured now that national government is involved not only in the governance alongside private sector actors of this, but also in enabling strong project management capability and working with original equipment manufacturers who are anchor tenants in some of these logistics infrastructure, such as the Ford Motor Company. We realize that all of this work will never really have an impact in our communities if we are unable to unlock not just the vertical synergies, national government, provincial government, district, local, but also horizontal synergies between areas that have wall-to-wall boundaries, so that those municipal boundaries do not become hard boundaries that determine and influence how it is that we work. We saw also during the last few months or the last year or so the vulnerability our economy has been exposed to due to ecological and climate disasters, how the over-reliance of South Africa and the entire region on the old N3 Natal corridor makes our economy very vulnerable to all manner of shocks. As such, much of our work now is trying to encourage many districts to develop export plans that are linked to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And in this task, doing it in a way that identifies key products and services with a focus on areas of latent and existing comparative advantage that can be linked to tradable value chains. We are not wanting to encourage competition between different districts, but rather we want complementary interventions. We don't want a situation where all of our municipalities want to produce textile, clothing and footwear and leather products. Some must produce and brand the leather, some must rear and husband the cattle, and not all of these areas of economic activity are going to have very high levels of gross value added. But we recognize that that is not the only measure that we are chasing. We're also chasing measures of employment, complementary economic activity, and also building strong bonds of social solidarity. The Chinese and the Indian examples teach us that scale economies, where they are used to good use, can change the social, spatial, and economic realities of many of our localities. Now, all of this might be blue sky thinking if we don't get the basics right. And for this to happen, municipalities must do what it is that they are supposed to do. They must efficiently and with the requisite speed license, regulate, price, and provide services as suggested in the 1998 White Paper on Local Government. We also realize that our industrial advance will be stunted if we do not bring our people with us. The all-of-society approach embedded in the district development model must ensure that in instances where investment is attracted into productive economic activity, that we leverage the economic and social multipliers associated with this. This requires that at a project level we have local value distribution frameworks that allow communities, workers, the unemployed, small businesses, be it in the formal and the informal space, to benefit from supply chain and other economic opportunities associated with these investments. Similarly, we also know from a capital investment perspective, especially for instance on new construction works, that municipalities alongside our SOCs are some of the biggest spenders on capital spending. And this does require some interface with a local value distribution framework that also allows interface with our national system of innovation, our schools, and it's great to see in Gauteng schools of specialization, but also interface with TVET colleges, universities, in ensuring that we build the training and the upskilling that can ensure that our people are able to innovate and produce at global specifications and in a competitive fashion, especially in tradable sectors. That being said, I think in closing, we wish all of the subsequent discussions, in particular many of the commissions at this summit, all of the best. We hope that they will focus on the tasks that confront all of us in ensuring that our local authorities are able to overcome the historic legacy of indirect rule and underdevelopment, but also to navigate some of the challenges that we face and to build a future that can ensure that our municipal areas and our metros are vibrant and dynamic spaces to live, work, and play. Ngos.
Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping We sometimes forget that we have a country that's largely rural. And because television doesn't go there and radio doesn't often go there are personalities that do a lot of work in those areas and we don't often celebrate them. Our next speaker hails from the Free State, Thaba Nchu. She is, of course, she's had a great career as a traditional leader in many of its institutions. But the most important thing is she's received international awards. And right now she's a brand ambassador for South Africa and a social cohesion facilitator. I'd like you to give a hand to Josie Moroka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Pula. Let me start by greeting our Honorable Minister, Mama Nkosazana Dlamini, the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, Mama Mhlauli, Motlatsa Modula Stulo, Khosisa Thulo Tholo. May I say something I don't like saying, all protocol observed, for the sake of time. I was requested, or I am requested, to speak on the master plan on Invest Rural, which is an initiative that the sector of traditional leaders has undertaken. And I'd like to start off by saying that Chapter 3 of the Constitution of South Africa lays down the principle of cooperative governance. So, Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, indeed, I agree, building and sustaining ideal municipalities is everyone's business, because it is through a resilient local government that our nation will thrive. And I also agree that if we don't know who we are a lost nation. And therefore time has come, South Africa, to embrace who we are. This is the sector that I represent today, Bohos, the Institution of Traditional Leadership, which is a sector that is largely misunderstood and misrepresented. So the Invest Rural initiative is born of the frustration about the slow pace of rural development. So this is our answer to the questions in as far as how does the sector of traditional leadership meaningfully participate in local government, therefore the DDM model, the One Plan, and the genuine participation in the IDP process, including the spatial development framework. This master plan aims to refocus society's attention towards rural areas. It translates rural challenges into investable opportunities. The master plan is the traditional leaders' response to finding solutions for local economic development in rural areas. This master plan was conceived in actual fact in 2017 during the National Indaba that was held at this very same venue, Birchwood, where traditional leaders agreed that time has come that we become developmental monarchs. And that means the sector is ready, the sector is able, and the sector is willing to play in the bigger scheme of things. We have the three key drivers which we have identified for rural development, and one is land, two is the people, and three, our traditional systems or indigenous systems that we have. This master plan proposes workable solutions to the challenges. That's poverty, the triple challenges, inequality and unemployment. It encourages collaboration with all sectors to achieve innovation and implementation. Very important is the mission and vision of this development plan. And the mission is to attract investment and innovation to rural areas, to bring those fundamental challenges, solutions that we can act as catalysts for social and economic change. The vision is to see an Africa where rural people live in dignity, dignity being the operative word, where people work towards prosperity and have hope for the future. And this is all in our hands. If we all hold hands, it is possible. It's not a pipe dream. We look at different pillars within the master plan. We speak about infrastructure, where we look at renewable energy, telecommunications, ICT, roads and transport. Economic impact thereof is basically, like we said, to build, become catalyst of economic growth and connectivity and integration between all the cities, and to build a network, let me say, throughout the country, not leaving out the rural communities. We also look at sanitation services, we look at water, we look at healthcare, we look at education, we look at agriculture, tourism, retail, manufacturing, and enterprise development. So therefore, it is a holistic approach to rural development from a perspective of traditional leaders. And we have seen one or two areas where there has been good stories to tell, or success stories. One such, we will look at a case study in the Northwest Province, Bakhatlaba Khafela, which is under Moses Kotane municipality, where the traditional leaders came, Kosi Pilani in particular. They contributed land. Investors came with capital, and the municipality provided bulk services. And the offspin of that is employment, it's enterprise development, it's poverty reduction, and strengthening of our communities, which is what we are all gathered here for today. So, in closing, what is it that we all need to do? We need to create an enabling environment. We need to have a social contract, a rural development compact, a social agreement where we all agree, communities, government, private sector, civil society, and funders. And we also need to refocus the society's attention towards rural development. We also need to unearth those potential projects that are within our communities. And we can only do that by working together, cooperative governance again. We also need to come up with funding mechanisms for local economic development, and that's access to public and grant funding for social projects and capital projects funded through a combination of community or impact bonds, debt and equity. Also key is matchmaking rural areas for local economic development. And this is basically linking rural projects to investors, creating those platforms where it would be easy for us to be able to achieve our aspirations. And lastly, building public-private community partnerships. PPCP, a combination of community assets, which would be the land, public funding, infrastructure and services, and private investment, which would be capital. And therefore, in closing, I've tried, Master of Ceremonies, to shrink my presentation. In closing, I'd like to say, if we all recognize and acknowledge that we are all equal players, we will all, and I mean every citizen now, we will all be in a better position to achieve our aspiration and duty of building a prosperous South Africa. I always say there was wisdom by elders when they said, "Kopano ke matla." There was so much wisdom in that statement. And as I close, I want to borrow from the words of our very own icon, former President Nelson Mandela. I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done," close quote. And it is possible. I would also, as I sit down, make a request, Mama Dlamini Zuma, that we make provision for an electronic copy of the master plan to all municipalities, especially those which have rural areas or traditional leaders within them, because we lead a third of the population of the country. 20 million citizens reside under us, and therefore we must have a place at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wise words, Kosi. You know, often I go to municipalities and I find that councillors, comrades say, you know what, we don't have money, we don't have contacts. I can tell you that there are a number of institutions in the country. If we have the proper networks and we are able to access that, we can do a lot for our municipalities. One of those institutions is the Industrial Development Corporation. They have money. They want to do good work. They want to do developmental work. And the person who will present to us, Mr. Makhoba, has been in the development world for many, many years. And I'm hoping, you're not presenting, but I'm going to ask you a question. Can you share with us, when you go into a municipality or to into an area, you want to help, what is it you look for? How would you promote it? And what message would you give to councillors and municipalities? But let me also frame the question to you in another way. Is what kind of mechanisms do you employ to create partnerships? You know, the funding of LED projects, what are your expectations and under what conditions would you go in there? We have a number of councillors who would be very keen to hear you, and they'd be knocking on your door. But give us that assistance, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, My name is Malagana Mgoba from Industrial Development Corporation. This is one of the industrial banks within the Africa. We focus mainly on manufacturing. However, we again, as a development bank, we are more than a bank. We do other things that are related to development. My work is really in the municipalities. I work with the people on the ground in townships and rural areas. So one of the challenges is the capacity of this LED department. It's not well-resourced department. You find that there is only one person in there who doesn't have influence within the industries around the municipalities. So what I'm suggesting here is that what needs to be done within that sphere of government is that this department need to be strengthened so that they would be able to deal with big corporates that are coming into the areas, like your mining companies. So one mechanism is to establish what we call the development hub or the center of excellence, whereby this center will be capacitated to deal with those challenges around the municipalities. Secondly, in the past few years, we were in the roadshow to establish development agencies. Some worked, some didn't work. However, we are still agree that development agencies are the way to go because they've got power, they are independent of the municipality, they make profit, they reinvest profit back into the municipality to expand the development outcome of the municipality. The third option that can be taken is to invite independent implementing partners who have contact from inside and outside of the government, who will be able to run the economic development. However, they should be linked to the government. The other option is the program of SMME Connect. What we realize is that the government is the greatest spender when coming to goods and services. So who's the buyer of those? Where does those money goes to? To empower SMME so that when they come to IDC for funding, they already have market for them at the municipal level. So those are some of the mechanisms that I would like to highlight so that when we go back to our different regions, we can choose which models fits well within our municipalities. With regard to the theme of the day, the ideal municipality, I would like to extend that, Minister, again, to say what alternative course of action do we need to take for our ideal municipality. We know that each and every municipality is different, so we need different alternative course of action. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very informative. And I hope councillors and comrades and ladies and gentlemen, you remember that face and you knock on his door because he's going to help you with technical assistance as well. Am I right? I'm inviting them on your behalf.
For sure, we've got pre and post investment support.
Good. The DDM envisages a horizontal and a vertical, I'm still in your lines but in a different context, integration. The vertical is about intergovernmental relations between the three spheres of government. but the horizontal is including society, whether it is the rural community, whether it is civil society and business. But there's one part, and you'll see that we don't have sufficient business intelligence, and that is where the academic community. I have noticed over the years that the municipalities that attached themselves to academic institutions for their research and for their data have been that much more successful. Professor, you come with a formidable CV, and please make it easier for me to stop you, because I'm scared to stop you and tell you your 5 minutes are up. But Professor, you're the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Agricultural Engineering Science. You obviously you're a fellow on the African, the South African, and the World Academy of Science. Rural development, agriculture, very, very important. And I'd like you to talk about how agriculture, commercialization, even if it's subsistence, how that can aid as a catalyst to the economic activities of a municipality, and particularly how it could contribute to the one plan. I'd like you to share some of those ideas with us, but in a language we will understand, not in science, please. Asableef. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you understand this language. Do you understand that?
My translator is next to me.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Everyone has greeted the Minister and the leadership of this country many times. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. It's a very good question. As you indicated, I come from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where I lead as a Deputy Vice Chancellor the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science. And I'm speaking here on behalf of the university as well as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because my answer is going to cover some of the things that we are trying to do in that university and the province. And I'm a lecturer, so please, my answer is going to be that of a lecturer. How old is the world? Well, let's not say the world. The world is not very old. The earth is about 4 billion years old. How old are you as a human being? A couple of millions. What happened that brought you to where you are today? Was there a university when we identified a crop that is edible, a plant that is edible, and the one that is medicinal? Was there a university when we started to make fire? Was there a university when there were emperors who said, this is how we're going to govern? Run fast. 1960, somebody who was Ikaba, by the president of USA, said, we will take a man to the moon. It happened. Armstrong was on the moon in 1969. Where are the politicians when the rural people do not have jobs? And NSFAS is giving money to those kids to go to universities. When they get to the university, they don't want to come back. It's because there is no sustainable rural economic development. So how do we do it? I'm going to tell a story of what we're doing in KwaZulu-Natal. You have to have a decolonized curriculum at universities. The chances of you being employed are minimized as a rural kid when somebody says, don't take maths, take maths literacy. You're closed, your doors are closed, you're not going to go to engineering. In my college, we say no. You see, currently we are walking around, we're going to schools in KZN, and I've sent people to other provinces. Please discourage people from taking maths literacy, they must take mathematics. Why? Because if you encourage people to do science, you'll make them employable. Well, so what? Now we've got them, they are not employed. How do municipalities assist us? Take agriculture. It is one of the 3 pillars of the economy. Agriculture, industry, and services. It is the one of the most underrated ones, despite the fact that as I speak, every second is eating. Every second is the time for lunch, breakfast, and supper as we sit. And yet we do not have jobs. What do we do? Think about the value chain. The value chain system says there's a producer at the beginning, and at the end there's a consumer. Think about these kids who are not employed. and take them back to the rural areas and identify opportunities using science and technology, using arts, using culture, take the indigenous knowledge of the people who are there and say which crops will survive under these conditions. And I'm going to take you to the laboratory and identify a gene that is going to make a crop stand up to drought and floods. I'm doing that as a scientist. But in the meantime, if we identify crops that can grow in different areas through proper analysis scientifically, then we can have these areas producing the crops. And when the mothers are producing the crops, what are the kids going to do with degrees? Again, think about it. In KwaZulu-Natal, what I did many years ago, I identified an indigenous crop that is called amadumbe. Many people never saw amadumbe in these shops until I came in and intervened through Ezenvelo Farmers Organization. They sold amadumbe at 8 rand per kg to Woolworths. When I got to Woolworths, it was 250 rand for 250 grams. From 8 to 40. Okay? And now, between the mother and the father, you create opportunities. Bring these kids back to the rural areas. Gauteng is taking my people from the Eastern Cape. Western Cape is taking my people from the Eastern Cape. They must go there with their companies that are marketing traditional indigenous crops. And they must start companies that are going to then lead to a situation where scientists are forced to come up with new solutions for people in the rural areas. Train these young people in business management. Train them in financial management. And once you've done that, you are reducing poverty. And the squatter camps, my mother will never live in the squatter camps. The squatter camps are going to be reduced because you're going to have businessmen in the rural areas who feed people in the townships, and they send food to other parts of Africa. Before I stop, besides crops, look at goats, for example. Go to Pick and Pay now. In fact, go to any shop, close your eyes now, and ask yourself, what is the percentage of the floor that has nothing to do with agriculture? Okay, you'll find when you open your eyes, more than 70% of the floor has got something to do with agriculture. And you find a kid who's got a BA packing clothes, packing food at ShopRite Checkers. She should be the one who's actually having a relationship with Checkers to provide new kinds of foods through research. So if you then create these opportunities for young people, you reduce the movement of people from the rural areas to the urban areas, and to strengthen the LEDs. You talk about LEDs not being well-resourced. We need people who are skilled in LEDs. And lastly, Chair, another example. Remember, I'm a lecturer, I don't give speeches. Close your eyes again and go to Umbumbulu in rural areas. Go to Kwahlanganani and say to people, form a cooperative. And in this cooperative, the government does not have money for you. The government is going to give you 10 million rands. And on average, if you go to the rural areas, a person has got about 2 hectares of land. I want 500 of you to produce a crop all year round, and after producing that crop, sell, and for every 100 rand, I want 1 rand back. I am establishing KwaZulu-Natal small-scale agriculture, targeting 1 million people, and I want government and you to give us money, and you say you want it back. You don't donate it to us. We do not want politicians who go to the rural areas with 5 tractors, make speeches, and then they go away. Those tractors break down, people are not producing. You see, we want these young kids who are qualified to go with politicians and say, we are going to give you back the money that you gave us to buy a tractor, and you're going to increase rural economic development and urbanization somewhere else. And the concept that we're working on is the water, energy, food nexus. Look at the opportunities for innovation, research, economic development, and governments. If you look at those 3 pillars, water, energy, food nexus. Minister, I actually participate in discussions about the Eastern Seaboard, and I'm already training people in that area. I hope you're going to invite me to be part of that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Professor's presentation, he has written, he spent quite a bit of time presenting because he knew there's a number of academics listening to him, and I think they are on streaming also listening to him. We will make that available to you because it could make a nice reference point for some of the work you do in the municipalities. But Professor, I also want you to keep in mind that in some of the more remote municipalities, we've got to find a way of enabling them to access academic institutions like yours, because it's with your research. And I'm hoping in your discussions with the Minister and with COCTA, you'll be able to bring out a handbook on how, or instruction manual, on how we can get interns, some of your students to assist in the municipalities. I hope you can think of that in the future, in the near future. You know, YouTube is a wonderful thing, so I didn't get his profile, and then I went onto YouTube. And this is how he's described. Irrepressible. Does that sound familiar, Mr. Mafukeng? No. Effervescent. Full of desire. I don't know what that means. But anyway, you sit on the board of what is a very, very proud institution in South Africa, Moteo Construction. Woman-owned and with enormous success. You also sit on a number of boards. You also represent the Black Business Council and NADLAC and a number of other institutions. I think you're a very wealthy man, so if you want to adopt somebody, I am here. But I really want you to share some of your experiences in trying to establish small businesses in municipalities. What is it you look for? What is it that stops you and say, you know what, I'm not going in here because there's a problem here? You have also made a statement, I saw you make a statement somewhere, that we have the greatest of policies. It's about implementing them. So I want you to share your views in the next 5 minutes about what you actually mean, what you look for. You're a successful businessman, and we're proud of you. But when you go into a municipality, what is it you want? What is it that gives you red signals and say, hey, yeah, I'm not coming here?
Thank you very much, Program Director. And let me first and foremost acknowledge the Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, and all the political leadership in our midst. Program Director, it's a very broad question. And I think when we look at the environment wherein business needs to thrive, there's a couple of things that needs to make sense. And I think, before that, one needs to make a general statement that says that when you look at the majority of our municipalities, economic activity and job creation will come from SMMEs. It is not going to come from multinationals coming in, investing billions and creating 1,000 or 2,000 jobs. It will come from SMMEs, that small company that will be established by a youth or a woman-owned company that will create 2, 5, 10 jobs. That is where we are going, and the majority of our municipalities actually must be aware of that, so that even the policies that we craft and implement can speak to that reality. So that's very important. Any development, for instance, that happens in South Africa happens within a municipality. So even if you can sit in Sandton and we have an infrastructure summit that the President addresses on an annual basis, we must all be aware that that infrastructure will be invested in a municipality. Therefore, we need municipalities that work, because if municipalities do not work, the investment will not happen, the job creation will not happen, the economic activity will definitely not happen. Now, when we as business look at local government, there are certain issues that are important to us. The first thing is that we need to have a partnership between government and businesses. When you look at the IDP process, it does make provision for business to be involved in the ideation of those projects that must be implemented. What is critical is that we do need municipalities that can also, beyond just the planning, involve business in the implementation of those plans, and that's very critical. Now, the other issue that we are also now realizing is that there is a strong move that is there from local businesses forming themselves into local business forums. Now, this is very critical because you've mentioned that I'm in the construction industry. Local business forums, we know that they also advance the participation of local businesses. What we are realizing at the moment is that there is not a lot of communication between our municipalities, especially the LED office and these local business forums, and that's very key to create an environment that is conducive. Because if there is no social facilitation and they are not brought into the plans, what we do find is that when development has to happen, when construction has to happen, then we have the criminal elements coming in and hijacking the process. So that is one major issue.
which we think needs attention by our local authorities. It is important that we bring along the local business forums so that they can participate meaningfully in a peaceful and coexistential manner with the businesses that are coming in, big businesses that are coming in, because at the end of the day, we cannot do development and leave local businesses without being empowered. But it must happen within an ecosystem that works. At the moment, Minister, we have a serious problem where there is a criminal element that has come in, and these are issues that we need to resolve so that development and investment can happen. Right now, even on a project that is not government funded, we do have to work with local business forums. But if we've got criminal elements there and we're not able to curb these activities, we are going to have a problem. The information that we are getting countrywide, Program Director, is that projects are being delayed, projects are being sabotaged because of lack of this social facilitation. We need to make sure that we work together with our local government to create an environment that is conducive. Lastly, I do have a lot of points, MC, but lastly, let's talk about the LED in municipalities. Minister and colleagues, our appeal as business is that let's have competent people in LED offices. Let us have competent people in LED offices. Let it not be an office where comrades can just be dumped there because they were busy somewhere and there's nothing for them to do. Now we must place them in LED. Because that office is very critical. One, we have a transformation agenda, which, by the way, Ayabonga spoke about. We don't see a concerted effort by municipalities to drive transformation. For instance, we don't understand why when a shopping mall development has been approved, when a development to do commercial or industrial parks are being approved, why are municipalities not insisting at that point on BEE? Why are we not insisting? Because BEE is a policy of this country, not another country elsewhere. When white developers are coming and developing in your local municipality, are you asking the question, are you black owned or are you black empowered? Nah. And if you are not black owned, go and sort yourself out. We will only approve it when we can see that our people are being empowered. That's what we are looking for. That's what we are looking for as businesses, as local businesses, as black businesses in your localities. We are looking for municipalities to do what is needed to be done so that black businesses, women-owned businesses and so on, can be empowered. Lastly, Chair, and I know I said lastly, but this is the very last point. Our youth are angry because we're not giving them economic opportunities. Our youth are angry because they cannot do business with municipalities because of the procurement policies that are there. Why are we still having procurement policies that are excluding our youth? Why must our youth tender for municipal projects? Why can't we just have an arrangement that says we will assist our youth to access procurement opportunities here in our municipalities and make it possible without subjecting them to those stringent requirements which they cannot meet, by the way. So these are things that are there, and we think that there are solutions, Program Director. We can provide those.
That wasn't your last point, because you are going to be followed by two routes. So that's not your last point. As a business person, just as a matter of testing out, what do you know about the one plan in the DDM concept? What do you know about it? I'm very keen to know, because it gives us an idea of how much work there needs to be done or how much work has been done. It gives us, it's a barometer. How much do you know about the DDM and the district development model?
We know about the DDM, Program Director, and in fact we've been in meetings with the Minister. We have said that we will partner, and in fact with the Eastern Seaport as well, we are a partner. There's Black Business Council, so we know about the DDM. And we have even provided support to say that from a capacity point of view, we are willing to avail our engineers, our architects, and so on, so that we can assist to capacitate the state to be able to execute its mandate. So we are fully aware of the DDM model, and we are fully behind it.
That's music to our ears. Thank you. Well, if you don't know by now who she is, then you must have been sleeping for the last 30 years. Formidable politician, incredible political career, but now I'm not going to mention everything, but she also received the Martin Luther King Jr. Award for the work she's done in community development. But the important thing is she was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Small Business, and that relates to the work we do here. So, should I call you Member of Parliament or Honourable? No. Okay. The rural community, the business activity that takes place there, what advice do you have of us, for us, and from your experiences, how do we get an inclusive process on the one plan, particularly from the rural side? Let me start off with that, but I'm sure you'll expand on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the Minister, all protocol observed. The district development model can be better understood if we reflect and look at what the country did when we were preparing to host the 2010 Soccer World Cup. And for the first time, we saw government departments that would not usually work together, working together. When South Africa was bidding to host the Soccer World Cup in 2006, which we did not get, and the 2010, I was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Sport and Recreation. The lessons that we learned from there was that as much as it was a sports project, but most of the budget that was needed was not going to come from the Department of Sport and Recreation. The most of the budgets were coming from the Department of Transport that had to prepare the infrastructure. The people that were going in the hospitality industry that had to prepare the places where the people that were going to come to South Africa were going to stay. There was even a program of upskilling the people so that we can be able to communicate with the visitors. Then we said we have learned how to coordinate ourselves to achieve one project within a short space of time. And after the 2010 Soccer World Cup, we went back to the silo mentality. Each department would focus on what it's mandated to do. Now, the district development model then takes us back to what we learned from the 2010 Soccer World Cup. How do I then relate to the district development model? It's that I am very passionate about community economic development, using the concept of cooperatives, to an extent that I developed a model that is called Cooperatives-Based Community Economic Development Model, which is now aligned to the district development model. To do what? To facilitate the kind of training that results in development of small businesses and cooperatives. Not much focusing on the paper qualification, but focusing more on the skills. What is this person going to learn, which will then enable this person to participate in his and her development, and also develop, one, the family, sustainable families, and sustainable communities, which then means that there is then a need for alignment of skills development to, one, service delivery challenges of municipalities. I find it very, very strange that Msunduzi would be in the newspapers for lack of waste management, when in Msunduzi there is DUT, in Msunduzi there is Mkungundlovu TVET, in Msonduzi, there is the University of KwaZulu-Natal. To me, it means that the skills development process is not aligned to the service delivery challenges, where the people would not see waste as waste, but they would see waste as wealth. And in order for them to see waste as wealth, the university would have played a role to empower them with the skills and the technologies that are actually used to produce wealth through wealth. And what is it that you can produce from waste? Biogas from human waste to cook with, biofuel from the plastics, compost that is used in agriculture. So you then link different aspects of economic development by identifying the opportunities. So then the role of the Institute for Cooperatives and Community Economic Development is to facilitate decolonization of the mindset, to bring in communities, to say to the communities, that waste was not thrown down by the pigs and the dogs. It was thrown down by the communities. Communities must then begin to see the waste as wealth and also develop a culture of responsibility. The other issue that is very, very important is the role of the TVETs and the SITAs to actually assist municipalities. Because if we align the skills development and fund that through the SITAs, you are then, when you train a person to repair the pothole, to do tree felling, you are not training that person in a classroom. Classroom is only 30%. 70% of the training happens on a site, and a site will be a municipal road that has got potholes. A site will be a provincial road that has got potholes. A site will be a road that has got trees that are blocking the road signs. In that way, you are killing more than one bird with one stone. You are providing a skill, you are providing the employment in a form of a stipend that comes from the TVET college. You are also making a person who would have been absorbed by crime to actually see the value in herself and himself, in that I am not standing on a queue for 350 rands, but I am being developed, I am being valued to actually participate in my development, but also the development of the municipality and also the development of the community where I come from. So, my appeal here is that let us understand the DDM in the context of community development, and let us understand community development in the context of transforming South Africa into a mixed economic system that is driven by 1, state-owned enterprises, 2, private-owned enterprises, 3, community-owned enterprises, using the concept of cooperatives. Lastly, I read again and again about the 3 Johnson's brothers in New Jersey who control the health products. But some of those health products include a sanitary pad. And a sanitary pad is used by women. But it's the 3 Johnson brothers that are dominating the market, even here in South Africa. Sanitary pads that are provided in schools, the biggest percentage of it of those sanitary pads come from Johnson & Johnson, the three brothers. What does the concept of cooperatives teach us to do? It teaches us to provide ourselves with the things that we use, which means if we use the sanitary pads as women, it's the cooperatives we should then focus on developing cooperatives that are producing the sanitary pads, because we can't be commercialized. Our menstruation cannot be commercialized to make other people rich. It must make ourselves rich. The same should apply to the children, yes. So, if I may ask, how many of you had a bath today? You used soap. Produced by who? What are the TVETs and the universities doing if we are still using the soap that is dominated by the people that we say we want to transform the economy to include us, but they are dominating that economy? So the mindset then is, let us produce what we consume, or let us consume what we produce. Let us not allow a situation where we are defined as providers of labor to investors and consumers of goods and services that are brought to us from other countries or other communities who don't live where there are underdeveloped communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your wise words. So a little part of my life was upon the instruction of the minister, and nobody can say no to her. She asked us to go to a pilot project in Waterberg on the DDM. We work with a number of partners, and as I said previously, that there are many people who want to help. There are many organizations that want to help. There are many people who want to see it work. The key and the magic is to access these institutions. One of those institutions is the National Business Initiative. I heard one Ruth, now I'm coming to the second Ruth. Her name is Ruth Trotsky. She works with the National Business Initiative, but more importantly, she heads up the Technical Assistance, Mentorship and Development Unit. It's called TUNDEV. Essentially what they do is they get professionals, retirees, to come and assist the administration in the municipality. Ruth, if I'm correct, you brought in 14 for us in Waterberg. That's right. The mentorship, because the backbone of the district development model is an effective state machinery. We've already heard from Mr. Mofokeng and many of the other speakers that we've got to capacitate our LED offices. It mustn't be a repository for people who fell out somewhere else, because that could be the engine room. And Ruth, if I may call you that, I want you to just share some of your practical experiences. And the minister is sitting here. Some of the things that could assist her from your experiences.
Also take this opportunity to acknowledge the Minister and the dignitaries in the House. Good afternoon. I know many people may at this point already be hangry, so I won't be too long. So we had the opportunity as the National Business Initiative to partner with the district municipality, and our program was to bring in retired experts and build the capacity of the state. And in the process, when TAMDEV was established, we also had the opportunity to partner with COCTA, specifically on the DDM. What we then heard at the time, Minister, was that the DDM was informed by an assessment done in 3 pilot areas. And the assessment was to look at what was the rand value, the investment in the interventions at municipal level over a period of time, and the impact of the interventions, and build on the findings of that assessment, the DDM was then conceptualized. And I remember clearly, you know, when we introduced this concept to our business partners, now the NBI comprised various companies, and there was an immediate interest in business because it made such a lot of sense. The business case for the DDM for us makes a lot of sense. And even this gathering today, when we realized the DDM was linked to the LED, it was even more exciting because we believe that the LED provides the opportunities for us to come together and support this one plan that we believe to be the essence of the DDM. So what we have, perhaps just a short story of what we have done in the district. We tried to test the DDM, the model itself, by bringing in all stakeholders within the region, within the district. We set ourselves out to identify what were the opportunities that are local, that lend itself for economic growth, and who are the role players that can make this work. So in one of our programs we had the PPGI, we partnered with Private Public Growth Initiative, which is where Mohammed also plays a role. We partnered with GIPS, we brought in our mentors from the NBI, we had the district, we had the tourism board, we had the chambers in the region, we had the sector departments and the local municipalities, and created groups, diverse groups, different ages, different genders, and they then underwent a training through GIPS, mostly looking at issues of leadership. And these groups collectively identified local economic opportunities within the district. And through a very focused training approach, a very focused coaching and mentoring approach, a very focused coordinating approach, we managed to build a business case, we managed to package projects. And the success of these activities can now be seen in how through these efforts, how we could attract investors. So investors were interested because of the social cohesion. They were interested that this partnership demonstrated the collective effort of all the role players. They were interested in seeing how we talk to each other and how we can plan together to get to an ultimate goal. So what we as business want to see happening in the DDM, I think it's something that speaks to keep the plan simple. We find many times when we talk to government, a lot of the things are so complicated, it takes such a long time for us to understand. So if the DDM can be kept simple, it must be practical and able to be implemented. And please keep the mandate as pure as it is now. Let us keep it focused. And then the big one for us is we have to support this and understand that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We want to be part of this for the long haul. So we ask for a long-term commitment. And then ultimately, let's talk to each other. Let's not wait for these kinds of events to talk to each other. When there's an opportunity, pick up the phone, talk to us, and let's come together and make this work. This is our country, and what we want to see in the DDM is that kind of cohesion, that kind of ownership that this country, this district, this model belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to detain you now for 3 minutes, and 1 minute is going to be telling you where you're going to get your food. So you can wait for that. Minister, I'm going to abuse my platform to add to one thing that Ruth has said. The task of the district development model is left at districts, but they rely on the administration of the local municipalities. And sometimes the command structure breaks there because there aren't any intergovernmental relations. And we've got to find a way to solidify that. We found in many instances and particularly in Waterberg, where the district municipality wants to implement aspects of the one plan, but it gets resistance from one or two local municipalities. And it then doesn't go anywhere because the reliance is on the administration there. So I thought I'll just smuggle that note in. May I now just end off by saying, making the most important announcement of this morning, the lunch areas are in Terminal B, and in Terminal B there's Clover Green and Serengeti. The staff support officials will go to Marco Polo and Lanseria. That's not the airport, it's just an eating room here. I was warned not to use the word VIP, so I am not using it. I will call you white chains. And that will be at the OR Tambo, also not the airport just here. And there are ushers, they will take you through. But thank you very much for your attention. We'll try, and I'm not going to try and capture everything because I think you're hungry. It is being recorded and we'll then put it in the conference. Thank you very much. Hey, oh, what is the return time? What is the return time? Can someone help me here, please? Here? It's 2 o'clock. We will come back at 3 o'clock. Please let me repeat this. We will be back at 3. Thanks. Support is going to, support staff is going to Marco Polo in Lanseria, okay? All right.
but for the entire country. A large concentration of engineering professionals are placed at local government. Therefore, there is a direct link between engineering and service delivery. We cannot emphasize enough the issue of professionalism at local government, especially within the engineering professionals. And at EXA, we are here and we commit to assist the local government with the registration processes of ensuring that our engineers are professionally registered, where our engineers and our professional technologists and technicians require mentorship. We offer our services to you as a regulator so that we can professionalize the space. Without going further into the conversations, I would like to give an opportunity and invite our panel members to introduce themselves and to say a little bit of an opening remark while seated on their seats, and then we will proceed to listen to a presentation from our Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Senzo Nkunu, which will be a virtual presentation. Let me start first by requesting our panel members to give a brief introduction. Over to you.
Greetings, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Mielan Holeni. I'm from DSO Consulting, which is a management consulting company which is deeply embedded in the local government space, serving municipalities on revenue management, on industrialization, as well as strategic management. And I think on the topic of today, it is really a topic which, apart from the many other issues that we deal with in local government, we see, for instance, the issue of planning as well as service delivery as a core issue. All other things, of course, are important, but ultimately local government must be able to plan and have a proper planning system to be able to undertake the administration of the local affairs, as well as to be inclusive, to be democratic, ethical, efficient, productive, to cover the economic aspect. And there's a word that I just want to introduce, which we'll talk a little bit more, which is around resilience. And so service delivery, from our point of view, requires much more than just the proverbial, but it requires financial resources, human resources, infrastructure to be in place, institutional support, and that must be underpinned by very strong planning as well as engineering skills, of which municipalities should also drive the concept of customer centricity in delivering services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Mr. Maluleke.
Greetings, ministers and deputy ministers, delegates, all protocols observed. My name is Risenga Maluleke. I'm responsible for bean counting in the nation as statistician general. We have a responsibility to make sure that we follow people from birth to death. It's just that when people have died, they may not know that we were there. We have to tell the nation what has taken the lives of South Africans. However, we do so from the space of the economy, from the space of national, provincial, as well as district and local levels of reporting. And I will be able to talk more later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll then hand over to Mr. Vimba.
Greetings. My name is Ntandazo Vimba, the CEO of MESA. My input today will focus more on the asset management. And I will preface my input by making a very important statement that infrastructure investment is an important municipal function to eliminate backlogs and stimulate economic growth. But in many communities, the poor reliability of services is now a greater problem quantitatively than access to infrastructure. And I think reflecting on this requires us to interrogate the suitability of the template that we adopted when we constituted local government, and why we adopted that template in 1999. And from this, we can then understand the context of our current challenges, the interventions we have made and continue to make, and how successful or ineffective we have been. I will add more during question.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We will add more as we continue with the panel. We'll hand over to Nkosi Zulu.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Greetings to the Minister, who is the host, and other ministers and deputy ministers. Ngiyakhuleka emakhosini aseNdlunkulu, especially uSihlalo, Sekela Sihlalo okhona makhosonke. My name is Nkosi Zulu. I come from KwaZulu-Natal, from the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. I'll be talking more on the solid memorandum of agreement that we see as a sector as a very important aspect when it comes to service delivery. Because when all the stakeholders at least sign a memorandum of agreement, a solid one, then it will assist in making sure that the municipalities follow on the processes of service delivery. I'll dwell more when I'm given a chance after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Professor Colleen Vogel.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the honor to be here, but first also I want to extend my humility and gratefulness to be in front of the ministers and all protocols observed. A very impressive event, I must say. I thought it was going to be a small little event, but I will be talking about disaster management, but maybe the processes for this function, maybe the people who were organizing it could tell us about how to do disaster management. It really has been an impressive event. So I don't want to talk anymore. I think the essence of my message will be we've done a lot of talking for many, many years. I was part of writing the Disaster Management Act in the early days. We've now shifted it to climate change. And I think it's time for us to really get onto the ground and do some things that we can do. And I'll reflect on some of that later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to then introduce Minister or Honorable Minister Senzo Mchunu. I'm not sure if he is ready for us on the virtual screen, if somebody can assist us with that. Minister, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, welcome.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the Minister, my colleague, the Doctor, and the other deputies that are there, and everybody. Firstly, I will elaborate or talk about and elaborate on culture, which I think we need to change in order for that change to make an impact in removing our backlog, be it in water, be it in sanitation, be it in infrastructure. We need culture that says that this is not acceptable. We need change of culture that says this is the way, this is the direction that we need to take. A culture that says that we need to do justice to our people in terms of delivery of basic services. That culture is by and large missing. And it then causes havoc on daily determination on the part of authorities to do their best in terms of delivery. Because there is now established culture that we need to keep the status quo. If by 1994, that municipal route to that community or that village from the city, from the town center was a gravel road, let's keep it as a gravel road. And nothing beyond what was tarred even at that time. And all that. So that attitude, that kind of culture needs to change. The second thing that I will talk about is the need for our sector, that is water, to shift our focus and attend to delivery of water and regard it as one value chain, and not make or place too much difference between delivery of bulk water and reticulation, and then causing us to be stop and go before people get water on their yards and in their homes. And we will elaborate on that. And then the other backlog is on sanitation, which sort of taken the back seat over a long time, together with the infrastructure. Those are the matters that I think are important. The last one, which is important from where I sit, is part of what I said, culture. We now need to strengthen accountability so that everybody who is in authority feels compelled, feels pressure to account for what they are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our Minister, Minister Mkulu. Minister, you mentioned 4 things in summary: that of culture, that of the delivery of water from source to the residential, that of sanitation, and accountability. I'll now like to ask some of our panel members, starting with Mr. Holeni. Does the current legislative framework on water service provision and electricity license distribution assist with the revenue generation in municipalities?
Thank you, Program Director. And I think the question is very pregnant with a number of observations that we would like to make. Firstly, I would like to submit that we have been fortunate to undertake a study in one of the municipalities, to be precise, the city of Mhlatuze in Richards Bay, to look at the whole issue of electricity provisioning between ESCOM as well as the municipality. You will understand that electricity is one of the top revenue earners for municipalities. Therefore, it is a service that is also used for cross-subsidization of other services within the municipality. So we came up with the results that indicated that where municipalities are able to supply electricity, and fully so, without ESCOM also supplying electricity in the area, they tend to do much better with regards, 1, to their revenue, 2, to the budgets that they're able to at least come up with, and thirdly, to be able to cross-subsidize other services that may not be funded, because you do have unfunded mandates within local government. If we look at water as well, water from our perspective, compared to electricity, needs to be perhaps a lot more organized in a sense that it needs to have proper regulations, it needs to have proper underpinning service level agreements, so that it can also be part and parcel of earning municipalities' revenue. But water is also a human rights issue. So water tends to be treated differently. Therefore, water provision is one that is, and as much as we have it as a scarce resource, it's treated as open the taps and let everyone have water. So the two services of water as well as electricity are crucial to the municipality. But we also then, in the case of Mhlatuze, discovered in legislation, and this is not something we're making up, the fact that municipalities are actually the license holders for supplying electricity in municipalities. And the legislation also goes so far as saying that if ESCOM is supplying electricity within the municipal areas, they are doing so on the behest of municipalities. It's a very crucial point, and we can extend it to water as well. So currently, municipalities do not have the full opportunity to be able to derive maximum revenue from electricity as well as water. Water more so because of it being a human rights matter, because it's obviously you cannot overcharge or at least sell it at market rates, but electricity perhaps a different case here. So we believe that the legislation that is there in place tends to be skewed in favor, for instance, of the biggest suppliers. And we know who the biggest suppliers of water, of bulk water are, as well as the biggest suppliers of bulk electricity are. So municipalities are left with a hole that they cannot cover from a budget point of view. Hence, the issue of the 8% that goes into the local government space becomes an issue that we are vociferous about, to make sure that let us turn around the funding model of municipalities. Electricity and water and sanitation are crucial funding ingredients within local government. And so if local government is to move forward, they also would need to have a lot more of an opportunity to sell those services so that they can derive sufficient revenue from them.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. The National Treasury indicated that inadequate asset maintenance remains a major obstacle in South Africa's achieving its full economic growth potential. Bob Vimba, I think I'm coming to you when it comes to that part of asset management. Why do you think there are problems within the space of municipalities where asset management is concerned? And how can we improve in our asset management strategies, ensuring that we start having a full plan of understanding our infrastructure from, as they say, cradle to grave?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's a very important question. I think what is key, we've got to examine first, as I indicated earlier, whether the template that we adopted is working for us or not. There were certain assumptions that were made when we created local government. One such assumption was that we would find municipalities that have got capacity to plan, to deliver, to operate and maintain infrastructure. And we find spaces where we have booming businesses and municipalities will have revenue to be able to budget for repairs and maintenance of municipalities.
Yeah.
And we continued with this template up until this far. And in the process, it has created a huge reverse backlog for us as a state. And if you look into the current state of assets today, you will see that they are deteriorating across sectors. More especially if you look into the water and sanitation sector, and if you look into the electricity sector, and you will see there that the assumptions that we made were wrong, because these assets, we build them en masse everywhere, trying to eradicate backlog, but we had no plan to make sure that those assets are taken care of and they are maintained. And I think what we need to do is what the minister spoke about and the president himself. We're going to review the financial model for local government.
Yes.
And we've got to start balancing building new infrastructure and looking after the existing infrastructure through proper allocation of funding flows to local government. Currently, that for me is a challenge that we need to deal with. And we've got to look at delivery of infrastructure as a systems, inner systems thinking kind of, emphasize long-term planning, emphasize quality execution, and emphasize operation and maintenance, but also emphasize management and asset care going forward, and invest resources accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. But Maluleke, what are the current population volumes in the country? And you can zoom into the provincial side so that we can actually have an understanding and an appreciation of what these assets that we are building and this service delivery that we are busy with, who are we providing a service to? And what are the challenges that you have observed from the district side of things?
Thank you, Phil. Let me start by saying that we have just conducted a population census and we're still processing the data and the numbers. So any numbers that I'll be talking about now in relation to the population and the volumes are in relation to the media estimates as of the 1st of July 2022, while we await the census results next year. The population of South Africa is currently sitting at 60.1 million, and I usually get asked, are you counting citizens, non-citizens? Are you counting also those that are not documented? I have no policy taste buds. The responsibility of the statistician general is to count everyone within the Republic of South Africa's borders. And as I do so, I don't encourage lawlessness, but I don't go and ask people whether they are documented or not. Because the moment you start doing that, you will have local neighborhoods that have a lot of undocumented people who need services, and they are afraid to give us the numbers. Having spoken of the 60.1 million, Gauteng is the most populous province. It has overtaken KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal was the most populous province as of 1996. Gauteng is sitting at 16.1 million, accounting for more than a quarter of the country's population. It accounts for 26.6%. It is followed by KwaZulu-Natal at 11.5 million, 7.9 the Western Cape. So the three provinces, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape, account for about 57% of the country's population. When we bring the next one, the Eastern Cape, the four provinces account for about 78% of the country's population. And this population, if you cut from the Western Cape on the N1 axis, is actually on the right-hand side as you head towards Messina or Musina. What it means is that there is a lot more heavier population on the eastern seaboard of our country. Now, what are the characteristics, Refiwe? About 31 million of our population is female, accounting for 51%, and in the entire nation, 38 million, which represent about 62.7% of our population, are younger than 35, that is 0 to 34 years. So we have relatively a young population. We have women-headed households are in lesser numbers, with the highest in the Eastern Cape, which hits about 50%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal. But otherwise, in the Northern Cape, Gauteng, as well as the Northwest, we have lower than national average. Now, in terms of infrastructure at local level, we are seeing, and when we talk about infrastructure, we are talking about water, sanitation, electricity, and waste management. Perhaps before I even come to the infrastructure, the poorest municipalities and districts in our country are the 10 poorest are actually in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. Now, then we want to come to infrastructure, as in water, sanitation, electricity, and waste facilities, waste management facilities. And the districts that have the lowest infrastructure index are Umkanyakude, Alfred Nzo, OR Tambo, Greater Sekhukhune, Amatole, Umzinyathi, Sisonke, Ugubembe, and Mupani. And if you ask me, almost entirely these districts are in the rural areas. And that is where, in the rural areas, that is where we also find the highest number of female-headed households. I thank you.
Wow. Ladies are doing the best. Thank you very much, Mr. Mandlek. Having looked at and heard you talk about the rural areas, and also as a country, we've also had and experienced a lot when it comes to climate change. Professor Fogel, may I then request you to share with us your experiences and your views on what, as municipalities, we should consider when we are providing solutions with service delivery, particularly in the aspects of climate change and ESG.
Thank you very much. Rather tough questions, because obviously service delivery
as to energy generation, yes. Okay. Colleagues,
you just have to wait first.
It will rebuild.
see if everyone knew sign language.
Show me what to do. Let's give them a second, please. It will reboot. Apologies, panel member. We'll start over again. Hello, ladies. Still rebooting. Okay. Okay. It appears there was planning on the side of Bertrude Hotel, so we may proceed. Professor Vogel, let's hand over to you and try again.
So it seems the gods have spoken, because I didn't want to talk about mitigation, which is all around energy. I rather wanted to focus on adaptation, because I think that's a critical point. In the work that I've done with many of the metros, the focus is very much on the energy transition, which is without a doubt a key issue, but also the adaptation issues, I think, nest very nicely into the complex development environment. So I just want to raise a couple of points. I presume we'll have a turn to come back again.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you. I want to raise a couple of points. Number one, I want to just distinguish between the vulnerability of those who are exposed to climate challenges and then the hazards. So we seem to have quite a skewed tendency in the municipalities to focus quite a lot on the biophysical side. So we do GIS mapping, we look at some of those issues in terms of development, where we should be developing, where we shouldn't be developing. But in terms of the vulnerability, which is actually stipulated by the Disaster Management Act and will become, I believe, stipulated now in the Climate Act, that you would think we would know a lot more about. You don't have to be a rocket scientist, I don't think, to know who are the most vulnerable and who are those who are really at the forefront of disaster. So I want to come back to that later on. But it's those issues which I think, honestly, are really tough, because they are structural issues. They're locked into our past, of our very long history of injustices in this country. Many of them still going on in some ways. There is a skewed equity sense, skewed sense of power. And so what you tend to have is we don't really get to grips with the real vulnerabilities, the internal vulnerabilities in a house. I'll just give you one example, and then I'll stop there and hopefully get a chance to come back. I was doing work in the Northwest Province for my PhD on drought, and I walked into a house, and at the time, a young child fainted in front of me. And I said, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" And the mother said, "It wasn't his turn to eat yesterday." And whenever I tell that story, I get cold again, because those are the structural, real vulnerabilities that people are really facing. And if we're not going to be taking these things seriously, I can talk about the Durban KZN floods, of where community work that was engaged, that wasn't just about hard infrastructure, actually saved lives, as opposed to those areas where it wasn't. So I want to just draw attention to those issues, because I think those structural informality issues, complex situations in our very complicated country, are some things that we have to now start taking seriously. So not just about mitigation, but also about adaptation, which I'll come back to if I get some time. I'd like to come back to the infrastructural issue in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It really brings me back when you speak about that vulnerability, particularly in the rural areas where we are led majority of the time by our traditional leaders. And therefore, Madam Nkosi Zulu, the question that's following is for you. If you could maybe take us through the role of traditional leaders in the aspect of service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I think the most important role is an oversight role. As all of us understand here in this summit, that traditional leaders are a major stakeholder when it comes to service delivery and when it comes to the municipalities, because the traditional leaders are there in the rural areas. They are there with the people on a daily basis. Whatever the people experience, the traditional leaders are there. If I can quote a few examples, during the COVID-19 period, Traditional leaders acquired some boreholes, donations, and water tanks, Jojo tanks, from a partner, and those tanks were taken to different districts and different local municipalities. And even now, some of the community members are still using it. My colleague, Jose Moroka, spoke about the Invest Rural strategy that was developed by the traditional leaders in trying to eradicate poverty. The COVID-19 period taught the institution that partnerships are critical in ensuring that services are rendered to the communities. The local economic development strategies, which is informed by the Invest Rural, is very critical in ensuring that municipalities engage the sector to come up with the renewable energy, so that the challenges of medieval period, which are in as per like the ESCOM inability to supply the electricity, is done away with. Traditional leaders preside over mixed economic communities. There are those members of the community who have boreholes in their yards and freely share their water with the communities. Traditional leaders have always made their offices available to engage with any stakeholder that comes in wanting to assist the communities. So I think even with the municipalities, it needs that, because we have to agree that not all municipalities are able to provide the services, the basic services to the people. I'll stop the program director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to remind all of us of the DDM model. The district development model talks to one plan. I would like for our panel members to maybe share a few words in terms of how we can use this DDM model to develop, coordinate this national infrastructure and the national programs that we are working with in ensuring that we do achieve what the purpose of this DDM stands for. We can start from the left and all the way to the right. I think we have time, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panel members to take a bite on this question. And I think it will do us all well to understand from the perspective of infrastructure and service delivery how we can improve this model called the DDM. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the DDM represents one of the key policy movements within the national discourse, within local government. And I think it's an opportunity for the entire government to start working together, because our view is that there are opportunities that are missed with government not working together. So a key example is that we spoke, or at least an example was given of a road which may be a municipal road which would join into a provincial road and ultimately would join into a national road. One of the things that helps development within the local government space is a simple thing such as a road. And we can talk energy, we can talk water, we can talk various things, but a road that is able to create linkages between different villages to start with, so that people who are moving from deep in the rural villages into the towns and into the various areas are able to move easily. Think of scholars who are, or school children who are supposed to be moving from one village to the next to access education. And think of villages which are cut out from the rest of South Africa because of a river where kids have to swim across a river. So in this case, if we bring it home, we want to look at the fact that the district development model, insofar as creating alignment in the expenditure of government and ensuring that there is at least a conglomeration and an integration of planning to start with, integration of funding to follow the development of a road from a village all the way up to the major centers, and to enable movement of goods freely. So it is important for all of the spheres of government, and not only government, but to also then look at the private sector in how they can also contribute into the development of infrastructure through the DDM. So one of the things that, or the question that you posed first around revenue, it is important that we link revenue with infrastructure as well as with service delivery. And all of this, if it's aligned within the one plan, you are starting to get at least greater opportunities to invest more money in infrastructure. And as my colleague also alluded, to be able to maintain that particular infrastructure so that it can last much longer. We also speak as well, if I may jump slightly, of course there's climate change, there's all of those things that we are facing and there are backlogs. The DDM should be that plan that at least brings us together to start looking at how we eradicate backlogs and do it in such a fashion that all the funds that are available are pooled together. So a municipality, for instance, that has greater revenue is able to leverage that revenue to be able to borrow or to be able to come up with a project finance where they can isolate various projects, but still it contributes to the one plan which is towards building integrated infrastructure. So we view it from that point of view. Any other way, we do not believe that we can go forward unless if there is the will to start working together, to pool resources together, and to even align the planning. The planning of national, provincial, as well as municipalities, or at least the financial years, obviously overlap, and that is an area that we believe should be harmonized, and even looking at how at least the policies that would go into underpinning the DDM would harmonize, such mismatches in terms of, the flow of funds. And in the submissions that we have made as well, Minister, we've also made submissions to the effect that this alignment is crucial so that we can also be able to drive projects that are at least integrated, planned, and can flow together so that we are able to achieve more as opposed to the start and stop projects that we see within the, which ultimately culminate in projects that are not completed, some of them within the local government space.
Thank you very much. Mr. Maluleka, would you take a bite in this? Taking into consideration the points from our colleague that speaks to integration, collaboration, and partnership, and we can take it from there. Thank you.
Refilwe, in South Africa, we have a law that says keep left when you are driving. You don't have to drive on the right, and the fact is, as statistician general, I must always stay on my lane. And as I do so, sometimes I see things, and as I see them, it gets very difficult because these numbers are not just abstract numbers. They don't just fall from the sky. They're about human life. So one of the things that is happening is that the South African space, before we even talk about whether it's a district level or wherever, is still full of prevalence of apartheid. In that, one, we don't have cities and towns that we have created that are of a new order to attend to those issues that I spoke about earlier, about where the majority of the people are. And then when you move from there, you look at, and the fellow panelist, Mielan here, speaks about roads. All your economic infrastructure roads are far away from the people. So you look here in Gauteng or anywhere else, all your major roads, even when they happen to move through villages, your N2 and the like, they are far away from the people. And as such, Mzwakhe has this song. He keeps on going, how long? When he sings it, he says, how long? How long is it going to take us to get this kind of an infrastructure to where the people are, so that the people who have waited too long for democracy to touch their lives can one day taste it? Now, having said so, as regards the DDM, we run censuses every 10 years. And as we do so, we get what we call a master frame. So we cannot, a master sample. which we have to protect at all costs because we can't change it between censuses. So the current, since 1996 in the democracy, 1996, 2001, 2011, all those three censuses in democracy, as well as the large-scale sample surveys of 2006 and 2007 and 2016, haven't been able to provide a proper sampling frame which relates properly to the district development model. It's only when we have released the results of Census 2022 that when we create that sampling frame which will help us to maneuver when we do our sample surveys to be able to measure better. So that's a contribution that we will make from Stats SA. And it's not a shortcut. Unfortunately, with official statistics, is that there are no shortcuts. We always have to go according to statistical practice in line with the United Nations fundamental principles of official statistics. I hope I've stayed in my lane, Refilwe. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Baba Vimba?
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think what DTM does is actually forcing us to do what we are called upon to do by white paper on local government. Earlier I said we have got to interrogate the template whether we have been able to really implement it the way we're supposed to.
Yeah.
And what I think we need to do now, firstly, is to accept that we have a problem. And our problem has actually been caused by ourselves by refusing to work together as one. The silos have been entrenched, even at a sector-specific level. What DTM says we must do is, we're one government. Can't we pool all our energies, resources, systems together and plan as one? And we said through the DTM, we can actually impact more by simple pulling the resources at a hub where we can say we've got a hub here in OR Tambo. We've got engineers in National Treasury, we've got engineers in water, engineers in public works, engineers in human settlement, engineers, we've got engineers everywhere. Can these engineers be pulled together into one center and be focused on the delivery of services in a particular space? And DTM is doing that. And it shouldn't matter which department is the transferring department of a grant, for instance. What must matter is that allocations are optimally used to move the country forward. I'll make an example. For instance, in OR Tambo, we're saying there's about 11 billion rand worth of funding flows. But if you look at this 11 billion rand, you could say that is actually fragmented on its own. No one knows who is doing what and why. And we're saying if we were to say, okay, let's pull this 11 billion rand and forget who this amount belongs to. And so this is the amount of government, it's 11 billion rand in OR Tambo. And in OR Tambo, we've got a problem of bulk infrastructure. Can we say, let's use this 11 billion rand to address bulk infrastructure? So that out of that bulk infrastructure will then be able to attract investment in OR Tambo. There will be new revenues that will come in and so forth and so forth. Yeah. So that's what the DTM says we must do. And also what DTM says we must do, instead of complaining about lack of capacity in municipalities and so forth, can we create shared services where we share resources in a particular district and work together? And that's what we've started to do as MESA, and we are working with some of our counterparts to make sure that we realize impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Baba. Ngosi Zulu.
Thank you, Program Director. I think one of the panelists, I think in the other sessions, spoke about the programs that we as South Africans will create, and then at the end of the day, they just disappear somewhere. I'm not saying DDM is like that, but KwaZulu City injobo enhle thungelwe bandla. I think DDM is all about that because it takes all the stakeholders, all the role players in one place, and then we agree, and then we put everything, all our resources there, and say this is how we are going to approach some of the things in our district. And I think it's very important again, when looking at DDM, that all the plans that are going to happen, we need to put them down so that all the role players know about them and they are able to be held accountable as role players in the DDM itself. So I think from the institution, I think it's very important because, like I said before, traditional leaders are there on the ground with the people.
Sure.
So we as the traditional leaders, again, we need to be assisting our communities, especially in rural areas, in trying again to make the people or capacitate the people in our areas about these programs that are coming up, especially the DDM. But I fully agree with the panelists in saying that DDM is going to assist because everybody is going to play a role. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. So it's that clarity of our roles and responsibilities whilst we are holding each other accountable. Let's award Prof an opportunity to give her opinion on the DDM model.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to continue the analogy of staying in your lane, what I would like to say is also driving with your eyes forward, because climate change is going to hit us. It's already hitting us, the heat that's occurring, the flooding, etc. And so we need to have half our eyes going to our rearview mirrors, but also adapting. And I really want to make this point strongly here today. We cannot do incremental change. It is not enough to go back to UKZN, to the flood zones and patch up things. We have to be thinking about the future, what it's going to take going forward. So that just brings me to 3 points I'd like to make. We've focused a lot on infrastructure as technical infrastructure. But one of the cases from the UKZN that came out from the University of KZN with Kathy Sutherland's work, they worked with communities. They had community-based flood systems, working on WhatsApps, taking messages, and in those areas where they were working like that for about 7 years, they've been working with this community, there was very little loss of life compared to other areas where there was quite a lot of loss of life. I want to really, though, bring, and I hope I'm not talking out of turn here, but I was told to be blunt. In my work in the municipalities that I've worked in, the KPA system, the way people are rewarded, seems to work counter to the kind of cross-sectoral work that you want. So we did an interview series with all the people, the health areas in Johannesburg, asking them about heat health. This was 5 years ago, before the heat that we're seeing in the European contexts and in America. Not one of the people working, the officials, they said, yes, it could be important, but right now it's not part of our KPA. So they realize they want to work on it, but they can't. So it comes back to the point that I'd like to leave you with. I think it's not only about technical infrastructure, that's important, but it's also about social infrastructure and also about our infrastructural management, which we've heard a lot about today in our municipalities. Those systems that we have are preventing us, I think, from working cross-sectorally, and which unfortunately climate change exposes. We don't want to go through what we went through with COVID, where the vulnerability was exposed. And we really don't want to go through that again repeatedly with climate shocks. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
And sorry, just to quickly add, so the DDM needs to be front and center, but with climate inside the DDM.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're nearing the end of our panel. And I must say, from the side of the regulator, the Engineering Council of South Africa, we too see DDM working in an integrated approach. and from the technical side of things, where we prepare our professionals, our engineers, our technologists, our technicians, EXA is committed to assisting. We have what we call a Road to Professional Registration, which is a program that we offer free of charge and can be done virtually. We have something we call Mobile EXA, whereby as EXA we send through assessors, reviewers, moderators to the organization to assist with the registration, including that of mentoring. So from an EXA perspective, we can then assist in that way. We would like to then bring the Minister, after having heard all the panel members and their contribution to DDM, to maybe say a parting shot based on his observation. Minister, are you there? Has Minister left us?
Hello?
Yes, Minister. Welcome back.
Yes.
Yes, Minister, we have had a panel session now where the panelists have given their views on this issue of service delivery. Some of the panel members spoke and echoed your words on culture, on leadership, on accountability. Some even spoke about resilience and planning. So I would like to now give the last words to yourselves, Minister, to conclude and tell us your view as we end this panel session of service delivery. Over to you, sir.
There's a growing trend in thinking at an international level about the need to think about ring fencing water and sanitation. Something close to the comments made by one of the panelists, that because of the emotion or emotions and sensitivity of water, there is an idea all over the world that we may have to entertain that idea or talk about it, that municipalities need to find a way of ring fencing water and sanitation services, but under them, even including considering an entity kind of ring fencing under them, so that those services are not always tainted by normal activities of the municipality and normal transactions by the manager and CFO. Now, the second one that is also growing and finding traction is the need to attract business, private business, into services. And I'm happy that we have an office now in which we are partnering with DPSA. It's called the Water Partnership Office, to facilitate and consolidate that kind of thinking. There are a few municipalities in South Africa, including Johannesburg, including Maluta Pofung, including a number of others, where they have an entity, a local entity on water and sanitation. All we need to do is to look at how it works, as opposed to other municipalities where they don't have this, but all of them with the sole purpose of enhancing and ensuring that delivery of services in the form of water and sanitation. We are keen on this, on these ideas, and I'm sure it will find traction when we go to the World Conference on Water in New York next year. But I'm just talking about it here so that we start thinking about those manner of ways. Otherwise, back to what I said earlier, indeed, we do need to put more emphasis on infrastructure. There are several municipalities, including, in fact, metros, where we have to do some quick footwork to get there and begin to assess, like Kabeka, like Etewin, but we've done work in Bangaung as well, and we need to complete those studies and those assessments, because if we don't do so, it's going to be extremely expensive to do that, to make these repairs and replacement in a matter of 2 years. And therefore our attention is shifting quite remarkably on infrastructure throughout. And in Machabeng, we are doing almost all their infrastructure as I speak to you, starting this month. And the last point, I'm happy to say that in Umkhanyagude, as mentioned by Statistician General, and in Alfred Zo, at least we know that we're putting a lot of infrastructure with the sole purpose of improving infrastructure in those areas for bulk water, and which will lead to reticulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our panel. I would request a round of applause to our panelists and the Minister, please. Thank you very much. I believe we also finished in time. So thank you very much, panel members. Before we then stand up, I would like to call upon the DG, Mr. Diapora, to tell us, Diapora, I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. Dipofa, okay. I apologize. To come in and give us a briefing on what happens next with the Commission. DG Dipofa, I apologize. It's my eyesight. Thank you. I think we can then start adjourning the stage.
I couldn't read that small letter. Yes.
They say you should spell words in such a manner that you will not miss the pronunciation. So a former colleague of mine spelled my surname D-E space P-O-F-F-E-R. That way he never missed the pronunciation. But thank you very much. I think before we start, I learned that there's a colleague who has lost their car keys. There is a gentleman who will come to the front this side, if we can arrange to have those keys collected. I've been assured that the car is still there, so it is safe. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers, the leadership of the House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, as well as the leadership of SALGA, the MECs who are here, the councillors who are here, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. This is the time for us to talk about the commissions that we'll be having. There will be 3 commissions, and we are continuing with the thread of themes that we had in the morning. So in line with those themes, we'll have Commission 1 looking at service delivery. We will have Commission 1 looking at governance and administration, and with a bias towards issues relating to fighting corruption, as well as addressing the challenges relating to coalition government. We will then have Commission 2 that will focus on service delivery and climate change, and we will, I'm just checking if what is on the screen here is in line with the actual program. I think it's the other way around, sorry. Commission 2 is on local economic development. It's on local economic development, and Commission 3 is on service delivery and climate change. Where will we be meeting? So Commission 1 will be meeting in this room, which is Terminal A. Commission 2, we will be meeting in Terminal B. That's a venue that colleagues would have seen during the lunch break as well. And Commission 3 will be meeting in OR Tambo. Again, that's a venue that some of the colleagues would have seen during the lunch break. We've got ushers here that will assist us to direct commission members to go to their respective areas. So just to emphasize that again, that Commission 1 will remain in this hall, which is Terminal A. Commission 2 on local economic development will go to Terminal B. And Commission 3, which is on service delivery, will go to OR Tambo. There is a color coding scheme that is being used. So if you look at the name tag that you have when you came in earlier today, they will have put a sticker on your name tag. Now, if the sticker on your name tag is red, it means that you belong to Commission 1. Commission 1. If it is red, you belong to Commission 1. If it is gold, you belong to Commission 2. Yes. Okay. I think maybe let's use the ones on the screen because they are different from the ones on the program. So let's use the ones on the screen. Commission 1, the sticker is red. Commission 2, the sticker is blue. Commission 3, the sticker is gold. As shown there, Commission 1, red. Commission 2, blue. Commission 3, gold. In case you don't have a sticker on your name tag, then just identify another commission. Let's just make sure that we spread ourselves across those commissions for those who might not have stickers on their name tags. So that's how the allocation to the different commissions has been done. In those commissions, if we could just ensure that we are solution-oriented. Let us be solution-oriented in those commissions, keeping in mind the key issues that emerged from the preceding sessions. We are guided by the DDM approach, and we are working towards an ideal local government. So let's come up with those concrete proposals that will help us shape what will be a program of action as we leave this summit to make sure that there is actually a program that can be implemented when we leave. Now, what we also just want to emphasize is that we've got chairpersons that have been assigned, that have been briefed in terms of their responsibilities. They are scribes and rapporteurs. We were scheduled to finish around 5:30. We could just appeal that we push it to up to around 6:30, so that there is at least about 2 hours of discussions in the commissions. And then the scribes and the rapporteurs will do the rest, so that they can then start preparing for the report back session that will take place in the last session, session 7, tomorrow. Now, what we should also just like to emphasize is that because we are not going to come back to plenary today, this is the last session for the day, so we're not going to come back to plenary. We need to talk about tomorrow as well. In the program, we're saying that arrival is between 8:30 and 9. We're supposed to start at 9 o'clock sharp. So if we could appeal to distinguished delegates that at least by 8:30 we are here, we're getting settled, so that 9 o'clock sharp we are able to start with the session. So that is what we will need to do, and all that is left for me to say, to borrow the famous words of His Excellency President Ramaphosa during the COVID-19 evening family meetings, the commissions will start with immediate effect. Thank you.